Speech synthesis ready. e4. e5. Knight c3. Knight f6. Knight f3. Knight c6. Bishop b5. Bishop d6. g4. Knight d4. Bishop c4. c6. d3. Bishop c5. g5. Knight g8. Knight takes e5. d5. E takes d5. Queen e7. f4. f6. G takes f6. G takes f6. Queen h5 check. King d8. Knight e4. F takes e5. F takes e5. Knight takes c2 check. King d1. Knight e3 check. Bishop takes e3. Bishop takes e3. d6. Queen g7. King e2. Bishop g4 check. Queen takes g4. g6. e4. Bishop g7. Knight c3. d6. f4. Knight f6. Bishop d3. Short castle. Knight f3. Bishop g4. h3. Bishop takes f3. Queen takes f3. Knight fd7. Bishop e3. Knight c6. Knight e2. e5. D takes e5. D takes e5. f5. Knight b4. Long castle. Knight takes d3 check. Rook takes d3. Queen e7. g4. Rook a d8. Knight g3. Knight b6. Rook h d1. Rook takes d3. Rook takes d3. Rook d8. Rook takes d8 check. Queen takes d8. g5. Knight c4. f6. Bishop f8. Queen e2. b5. Knight f1. c6. Queen d3. Queen a5. a3. Queen e1 check. Queen d1. Queen h4. Queen f3. h6. G takes h6. Bishop takes h6. Bishop takes h6. Queen takes h6 check. King b1. Queen d2. Queen d3. Queen takes d3. b3. e5. Bishop b2. Knight c6. e3. Knight f6. Bishop b5. Bishop d6. Knight a3. Knight a5. Bishop e2. Short castle. Knight b5. Knight c6. Knight takes d6. C takes d6. d4. e4. c4. d5. C takes d5. Knight takes d5. Knight h3. Knight f6. Knight f4. d5. Short castle. Bishop f5. Rook c1. Rook c8. Queen d2. Queen d7. Bishop a3. Rook fe8. Rook c2. h6. Rook fc1. Bishop g4. Bishop f1. Bishop f5. b4. a6. b5. A takes b5. Bishop takes b5. g5. Knight e2. Rook e6. Bishop c5. King g7. a4. h5. a5. h4. a6. B takes a6. Bishop takes a6. Rook h8. Bishop b5. h3. g3. Queen b7. Bishop takes c6. Rook takes c6. Bishop f8 check. Rook takes f8. Rook takes c6. Knight g4. Queen a2. Bishop e6. Queen a6. Queen e7. d4. g6. e4. Bishop g7. Knight c3. d6. f4. Knight f6. Bishop d3. Short castle. Knight f3. c5. d takes c5. d takes c5. e5. Knight d5. Knight takes d5. Queen takes d5. Queen e2. Knight c6. c3. Bishop g4. Bishop e4. Queen d7. h3. Bishop f5. Short castle. Rook a d8. Knight g5. b6. Bishop takes f5. Queen takes f5. Bishop e3. f6. E takes f6. E takes f6. Knight f3. Rook fe8. e5. Knight c3. Knight f6. Knight f3. Knight c6. Bishop b5. Bishop d6. g4. Knight d4. Bishop c4. h6. d3. c6. g5. h takes g5. Knight takes g5. Knight e6. h4. Bishop c5. Bishop b3. d5. Knight takes e6. Bishop takes e6. Bishop g5. Queen b6. Queen f3. Knight g4. E takes d5. Bishop takes f2 check. King e2. C takes d5. Knight takes d5. Bishop takes d5. Queen takes d5. Short castle. Queen e4. Bishop g3. Queen takes g4. Queen f2 check. King d1. Queen g2. Queen e4. Queen f2. Queen e2. Queen d4. c3. Queen d6. g6. d4. Bishop g7. Knight c3. c5. d5. d6. h3. Knight f6. Knight f3. Short castle. Bishop d3. e6. Short castle. E takes d5. E takes d5. Rook e8. Bishop f4. Knight a6. Queen d2. Knight b4. Bishop c4. Bishop f5. Rook ac1. Knight e4. Knight takes e4. Bishop takes e4. Knight g5. Bishop f5. a3. Knight a6. Rook fe1. Rook takes e1 check. Rook takes e1. Knight c7. Knight e4. b5. Bishop a2. Bishop takes e4. Rook takes e4. Knight e8. c3. Knight f6. Rook e2. Knight d7. Bishop takes d6. Queen f6. Queen f4. a5. Queen takes f6. Bishop takes f6. King f1. b4. A takes b4. A takes b4. Bishop c4. B takes c3. B takes c3. Rook a1 check. Rook e1. Rook takes e1 check. King takes e1. Bishop takes c3 check. King e2. Bishop e5. Bishop e7. Knight b6. King d3. Knight c8. Bishop takes c5. Bishop d6. King d4. Bishop h5. Queen e1. King h8. f3. Knight g3. Rook f2. g5. F takes g5. Queen takes g5. f4. Queen g7. King h2. Rook g8. Queen d2. Knight e4. Bishop takes e4. F takes e4. Rook g2. Queen e7. Rook ag1. Bishop g6. Queen f2. Queen g7. Rook g5. Queen f6. Rook 1 g4. Rook f8. Queen g3. King g7. King g2. Rook g8. h4. King f8. h5. Queen h8. H takes g6. H takes g6. Knight takes g6 check. Knight f e8. g4. F takes g4. H takes g4. King f8. g5. King g7. Bishop h3. King f8. Bishop g4. Rook b8. King g3. Rook b7. Rook a8. King e7. Bishop h5. Rook b3. Rook a7 check. King d8. Bishop takes f7. Knight f3. g6. g3. Knight f6. d4. Bishop g7. Bishop g2. Short castle. Short castle. d6. c4. Knight b d7. Knight c3. e5. e4. Rook e8. h3. E takes d4. Knight takes d4. c6. Bishop e3. Knight c5. Queen c2. Bishop e6. b3. a5. Rook a d1. Queen d7. Knight takes c6. Queen takes c6. e5. Queen c8. E takes f6. Bishop takes f6. Knight b5. Bishop f5. Queen e2. Bishop e7. Knight takes d6. Bishop takes d6. Rook takes d6. Bishop takes h3. Bishop takes h3. Queen takes h3. Queen f3. Knight e4. Rook d4. Queen e6. Bishop f4. a4. Rook fd1. A takes b3. A takes b3. h5. Bishop e3. Rook a2. Rook d8. Rook a8. Rook takes e8 check. Rook takes e8. Bishop f4. Queen b6. King g2. Queen c6. Rook d5. Knight f6. Rook d3. Queen takes f3 check. Rook takes f3. Knight e4. Bishop e3. f5. Rook f4. King f7. Rook f3. Knight d6. Bishop f4. Knight e4. Rook d3. Rook e7. d4. Knight f6. Knight f3. g6. g3. Bishop g7. Bishop g2. Short castle. Short castle. d5, b3, c5, bishop b2, c takes d4, knight takes d4, rook e8, c4, e5, knight b5, d4, c5, bishop f8, e3, knight c6, e takes d4, e takes d4, knight takes d4, bishop g4, queen d2, knight e4, bishop takes e4, rook takes e4, knight takes c6, b takes c6, queen c3, f6, f3, rook e2, queen c4 check. Black resigned, white is victorious. Queen a5, queen takes f7 check, king h8, knight takes c8, queen takes e1 check, king g2, bishop takes g5, bishop takes g5, bishop takes e4 check, bishop takes e4, queen takes e4 check, king g1, queen e1 check, king g2, queen e4 check, king g1, queen b1 check, king g2, d5, d4, knight f6, c4, c6, queen c2, d takes c4, queen takes c4, bishop f5, g3, e6, bishop g2, knight b d7, short castle, bishop e7, e3, short castle, queen e2, c5, knight c3, knight e4, rook d1, queen a5, bishop d2, knight takes d2, queen takes d2, rook f d8, knight d5, queen takes d2, knight takes e7 check, king f8, rook takes d2, king takes e7, rook a d1, bishop e4, knight g5, bishop takes g2, king takes g2, h6, knight e4, c takes d4, rook takes d4, knight e5, rook takes d8, rook takes d8, rook takes d8, king takes d8, f4, knight c4, king f3, knight takes b2, knight d6, king e7, knight takes b7, knight a4, knight a5, king d6, knight c4 check, king d5, knight d2, knight c3, a3, a5, g4, a4, h4, knight b5, knight b1, king c4, g5, h takes g5, f takes g5, knight f6, c4, e6, g3, c5, d5, e takes d5, c takes d5, d6, bishop g2, g6, knight f3, bishop g7, knight c3, short castle, h6, rook e1, rook e8, knight d2, knight a6, knight c4, knight c7, a4, b6, bishop f4, bishop f8, queen d2, g5, bishop e3, bishop a6, b3, knight g4, rook a d1, Bishop takes c4. B takes c4. Knight takes e3. F takes e3. Bishop g7. Knight b5. a6. Knight takes c7. Queen takes c7. Rook b1. e4. e5. Knight f3. Knight c6. Bishop b5. a6. Bishop a4. Knight f6. Knight c3. Bishop c5. Short castle. b5. Bishop b3. h6. Knight d5. d6. c3. Bishop e6. d4. Bishop a7. Knight takes f6 check. Queen takes f6. d5. Knight d8. D takes e6. Knight takes e6. Bishop takes e6. Queen takes e6. Bishop e3. Bishop takes e3. F takes e3. Short castle. Queen d5. Queen g6. Knight h4. Queen g5. Knight f5. g6. h4. Queen h5. g4. Queen takes g4 check. King h2. Queen e2 check. King g3. G takes f5. Rook takes f5. Queen takes e3 check. Rook f3. Queen c5. Queen takes c5. D takes c5. King g4. f6. King h5. King f7. Rook g3. Rook g8. Rook a g1. Rook takes g3. Rook takes g3. Rook g8. Rook takes g8. King takes g8. King takes h6. f5. King g5. f4. d4. Knight f6. c4. e6. g3. c5. d5. E takes d5. C takes d5. d6. Bishop g2. g6. Knight f3. Bishop g7. Short castle. Short castle. Knight c3. Rook e8. Rook e1. Bishop f5. Knight d2. Knight a6. e4. Bishop g4. Queen b3. Rook b8. Knight c4. Knight c7. a4. b6. Bishop f4. Bishop f8. h3. Bishop d7. Knight takes d6. Bishop takes a4. Queen takes a4. Bishop takes d6. e5. a3. Knight c6. b4. d5. Bishop b2. Bishop d6. d3. Knight f6. Knight d2. Short castle. e3. d4. e4. Knight g4. Bishop e2. h5. Knight h3. f5. Knight g5. Knight takes f2. King takes f2. F takes e4 check. King g1. e3. Knight d e4. g6. c3. d5. c4. c6. C takes d5. C takes d5. Bishop f4. Knight c6. e3. Knight f6. Bishop b5. Bishop d7. Knight c3. a6. Bishop d3. Bishop g4. f3. Bishop h5. Knight ge2. Bishop g6. Short castle. e6. Rook c1. Bishop d6. Bishop takes d6. Queen takes d6. Knight f4. Short castle. Bishop takes g6. H takes g6. Knight d3. e5. D takes e5. Knight takes e5. Knight takes e5. Queen takes e5. Queen d4. Queen takes d4. E takes d4. Rook f e8. King f2. King f8. Knight a4. Rook a c8. Knight b6. Rook takes c1. Rook takes c1. Rook e6. Rook c8 check. Rook e8. Rook c7. Rook e7. Rook c8 check. Rook e8. Rook c5. Rook e6. Knight takes d5. Knight takes d5. Rook takes d5. Rook b6. b3. King e7. King e3. Rook c6. d5. g3. g6. Bishop g2. Bishop g7. d4. Knight f6. Short castle. Short castle. c3. a5. Knight b d2. a4. Rook e1. Knight b d7. e4. D takes e4. Knight takes e4. Knight takes e4. Rook takes e4. Knight f6. Rook e1. c6. Bishop g5. Queen b6. Queen d2. Rook e8. Knight e5. Bishop e6. h4. h5. Knight takes g6. Bishop takes a2. Knight takes e7 check. Rook takes e7. Rook takes e7. Bishop e6. Rook e1. Knight d5. Rook 1 takes e6. F takes e6. Rook takes g7 check. King takes g7. Bishop h6 check. King f7. Queen g5. Rook g8. Queen takes h5 check. King e7. Bishop g5 check. King d6. Queen f7. Rook a8. Bishop takes d5. C takes d5. Bishop f4 check. King c6. Queen takes e6 check. King b5. Queen takes d5 check. King a6. Queen c4 check. Queen b5. Queen e6 check. Queen c6. Queen e2 check. b5. h5. d4. e6. c4. Bishop b4 check. Bishop d2. a5. g3. d5. Bishop g2. Knight f6. Knight f3. Short castle. Queen c2. c5. D takes c5. D takes c4. Queen takes c4. Knight a6. Bishop takes b4. A takes b4. Short castle. Queen a5. Rook c1. Bishop d7. Knight d4. Rook a b8. Knight d2. Rook fc8. Knight 2 b3. Queen a4. Queen d3. e5. Knight f5. Bishop takes f5. Queen takes f5. Queen e8. Rook c4. Rook c7. Rook a c1. Rook b c8. c6. B takes c6. Bishop takes c6. Rook takes c6. Queen takes c8. Queen takes c8. Rook takes c6. Queen d7. Rook takes a6. h5. Rook b6. h4. Rook takes b4. h3. Rook h4. g5. Rook hc4. Queen d5. f3. e4. King f2. E takes f3. E takes f3. King g7. Rook d4. Knight g4 check. Rook takes g4. Queen e5. Rook d4. Queen e6. Knight f3. d5. b3. Knight f6. Bishop b2. Bishop f5. g3. e6. Bishop g2. Bishop d6. Short castle. Short castle. d3. Knight b d7. c4. c6. Knight c3. Rook e8. a3. e5. c takes d5. c takes d5. Knight b5. Bishop f8. Rook c1. Rook c8. Rook takes c8. Queen takes c8. Knight takes a7. Queen c5. Knight takes e5. Queen takes a7. Knight takes d7. Knight takes d7. Bishop takes d5. Knight f6. Bishop c4. Queen b6. e3. Knight g4. Queen a1. Knight takes e3. F takes e3. Queen takes e3 check. King g2. Bishop c5. Rook takes f5. d4. Knight f6. c4. e6. g3. d5. Knight f3. Bishop b4 check. Bishop d2. Bishop e7. Bishop g2. Short castle. Queen c2. c6. Short castle. b6. Bishop f4. Bishop b7. Knight b d2. Knight h5. Bishop e3. Knight d7. Knight e5. Knight hf6. C takes d5. C takes d5. Knight c6. Bishop takes c6. Queen takes c6. Rook c8. Queen a4. Queen c7. Knight f3. Queen b7. Rook fc1. a6. Queen b3. Knight e4. Knight d2. Knight d6. Bishop f4. Knight f6. e3. Rook c6. Queen d1. Rook fc8. Knight b3. Knight fe4. Bishop takes d6. Knight takes d6. Rook takes c6. Rook takes c6. Rook c1. Knight c4. Rook c2. a5. Queen c1. a4. Knight d2. Knight a5. Rook takes c6. Knight takes c6. Bishop f1. b5. b3. h6. b takes a4. b takes a4. Queen c2. a3. Queen b3. Queen takes b3. Knight takes b3. h4. e5. h5. d5. d4. e4. c4. c6. Knight c3. Knight f6. Bishop g5. h6. Bishop takes f6. Queen takes f6. c takes d5, c takes d5, knight takes d5, queen c6, queen b3, bishop e6, knight b4, queen b5, knight d5, queen takes d5, queen takes d5, bishop takes d5, e3, knight c6, king d1, bishop d6, knight e2, bishop b4, knight c3, bishop takes c3, b takes c3, f5, rook b1, knight d8, c4, bishop f7, d5, king e7, g4, f takes g4, rook h4, king d6, king d2, b6, rook takes g4, rook g8, rook takes e4, bishop takes h5, rook g4, bishop takes g4, e4, king e5, king e3, g5, bishop d3, knight f7, c5, queen d4 check, king f1, queen a1 check, queen e1, queen takes a3, queen d1, bishop e6, h4, h6, queen d8, queen c1 check, queen d1, queen c3, queen d3, queen c1 check, b3, knight f6, bishop b2, d5, e3, bishop f5, f4, h6, knight f3, c5, bishop d3, bishop takes d3, c takes d3, knight c6, short castle, d4, e4, e6, knight a3, bishop e7, knight c4, short castle, queen e2, knight d7, e5, b5, knight d6, bishop takes d6, e takes d6, queen b8, b4, knight takes b4, bishop b4 check, bishop d2, bishop takes d2 check, knight b takes d2, b6, bishop d3, bishop b7, short castle, b4, a5, a3, d6, queen c2, knight b d7, e4, a takes b4, a takes b4, rook takes a1, rook takes a1, f takes e4, knight takes e4, bishop takes e4, bishop takes e4, c5, d takes c5, d takes c5, b5, queen c7, bishop takes e5, rook takes e5, bishop d7, queen a2, rook takes e5, d takes e5, queen takes e5, bishop takes c4, bishop e6, rook e1, queen f6, bishop takes d5, bishop takes d5, queen takes d5, rook d8, queen takes b7, rook takes d2, queen a8 check, king h7, queen f3, queen takes f3, g takes f3, rook a2, rook e5, Rook a3. Rook c5. g6. King g2. King g7. h4. h5. King g3. Rook a4. f4. Rook a3. King f3. King f8. King e4. Rook a2. c4. Rook takes f2. Rook c6. Rook h2. King e5. Rook takes h4. Knight f6. Knight c3. d5. E takes d5. Knight takes d5. Queen f3. c6. Bishop c4. Bishop e6. Knight ge2. Knight c7. Bishop takes e6. Knight takes e6. Short castle. g6. Rook d1. Bishop g7. d4. Short castle. d5. C takes d5. Knight takes d5. Queen e8. c3. Knight c6. Knight ef4. Rook d8. Bishop e3. Knight takes f4. Queen takes f4. e6. Knight f6 check. Bishop takes f6. Queen takes f6. Queen e7. Queen f3. Rook takes d1 check. Rook takes d1. Rook d8. h3. Rook takes d1 check. Queen takes d1. f6. Queen a4. a6. Queen b3. King g7. a4. Queen d7. Queen c2. e5. b4. b5. A takes b5. A takes b5. Queen e2. Queen d5. Knight f3. g6. e4. Bishop g7. d4. c6. Knight bd2. d5. Bishop d3. Knight f6. e5. Knight h5. Knight f1. f6. Knight g3. Knight takes g3. H takes g3. c5. E takes f6. Bishop takes f6. D takes c5. Knight c6. c3. e5. Bishop b5. Short castle. Short castle. Bishop e6. Rook e1. Queen c7. Bishop g5. Bishop g7. Queen e2. Bishop g4. Queen d2. d4. C takes d4. Bishop takes f3. G takes f3. Knight takes d4. Bishop e2. d5. E takes d5. Knight takes d5. Queen f3. e6. Bishop c4. Knight b6. Bishop b3. c5. d3. Knight c6. Knight ge2. Bishop e7. Short castle. Short castle. Bishop e3. Knight d4. Bishop takes d4. C takes d4. Knight e4. a5. a3. a4. Bishop a2. Rook a5. c3. D takes c3. B takes c3. Rook f5. Queen e3. Knight d5. Queen d2. Knight f6. Knight to g3. Knight takes e4. Knight takes e4. Bishop takes a3. Bishop takes e6. g5. g4. Rook f6. Rook f1. Rook h6. Rook f takes f7. Rook takes h3. d4. Knight f6. c4. g6. g3. c6. Bishop g2. d5. c takes d5. c takes d5. Knight c3. Bishop g7. Knight f3. Short castle. Short castle. Bishop f5. Knight h4. Bishop e6. Queen b3. Knight c6. Queen takes b7. Knight takes d4. Rook d1. Knight d7. Knight takes d5. Bishop takes d5. Queen takes d5. Knight b6. Queen takes d8. Rook a takes d8. Bishop e3. Knight takes e2 check. King f1. Knight d4. Knight f3. Knight c2. Rook a b1. Knight takes e3 check. F takes e3. Knight c4. King e2. Knight takes b2. Rook takes d8. Rook takes d8. Knight d4. Knight c4. Rook b7. Bishop takes d4. E takes d4. Rook takes d4. Rook takes a7. Rook d2 check. King f3. Knight e5 check. King e4. Rook e2 check. King d5. e6 check. King d4. Rook takes g2. King takes e5. Rook takes h2. a4. Rook g2. King f4. Rook a2. g4. King g7. Knight f3. d5. g3. g6. Bishop g2. Bishop g7. d4. Knight f6. Short castle. Short castle. c4. c6. a4. a5. c takes d5. c takes d5. Queen b3. Knight c6. Knight c3. Knight b4. Knight b5. Bishop f5. Bishop d2. Bishop c2. Queen a3. Knight c6. Rook a c1. Bishop e4. Bishop f4. Rook c8. Knight e5. f3. Queen h3 check. King g1. Knight takes f3 check. King f2. Knight takes h2. Rook h1. Queen f5 check. King e2. Queen f3 check. King d2. Queen f2 check. King d1. Knight g4. Bishop d2. Knight takes e3 check. Bishop takes e3. Bishop takes e3. Queen c3. Queen f3 check. Knight f6. c4. g6. Knight c3. d5. c takes d5. Knight takes d5. e4. Knight takes c3. b takes c3. Bishop g7. Knight f3. Short castle. Bishop e2. c5. Short castle. c takes d4. c takes d4. Knight c6. Bishop e3. Bishop g4. d5. Bishop takes f3. Bishop takes f3. Knight e5. Bishop e2. Rook c8. Rook b1. b6. Bishop d4. Queen d6. h4, h5, Queen d2, Queen a3, Rook b3, Queen a4, Bishop a1, Knight c4, Queen g5, Bishop takes a1, Rook takes a1, King h7, Bishop takes h5, Knight d6, Queen takes e7, Queen takes e4, Queen takes d6, G takes h5, Rook e3, Queen d4, Rook a e1, Rook g8, Queen d7, Rook c f8, Queen f5 check, Rook g6, Queen takes h5 check, King g8, Queen f3, Queen g7, g3, Rook f6, Queen g2, Rook g6, Knight f3, d5, g3, g6, Bishop g2, Bishop g7, d4, Knight f6, short castle, c4, c6, a4, Knight a6, c takes d5, c takes d5, Knight c3, Knight b4, Bishop f4, Bishop f5, Knight e5, e6, Queen b3, Knight c2, Rook a d1, Queen b6, Queen takes b6, a takes b6, h3, h5, f3, Knight b4, e4, d takes e4, f takes e4, Knight takes e4, Knight takes e4, Knight d5, Knight d6, Knight takes f4, G takes f4, Bishop c2, Rook c1, Bishop takes a4, Bishop takes b7, Rook a d8, Bishop c6, Bishop b3, Knight b5, Bishop f6, Knight d7, Rook takes d7, Bishop takes d7, King g7, Rook c8, Rook takes c8, Bishop takes c8, Bishop c4, Bishop d7, Bishop takes f1, King takes f1, King f8, King e2, King e7, Bishop c6, g5, f takes g5, Bishop takes g5, King d3, f5, Knight c3, Bishop f6, Bishop f3, King d6, Bishop takes h5, e5, d takes e5 check. h4, h6, Knight takes f7, Rook takes f7, Bishop takes e6, d5, Queen c2, Knight f8, Bishop takes f7 check, King takes f7, Bishop g3, c takes d4, e takes d4, Bishop takes d4, Rook a d1, Bishop f6, h5, d4, h takes g6 check, Knight takes g6, Queen f5, Queen d5, Queen takes d5 check, Bishop takes d5, c takes d4, Bishop b3, Rook d3, Bishop c4, Rook c3, b5, a takes b5, a takes b5, b3, Bishop e6, Rook takes c8, Bishop takes c8. Rook c1. Knight e7. d5. Bishop d7. d6. Knight f5. Rook c7. King e6. d4. d5. c4. e6. Knight c3. Knight f6. Knight f3. Knight b d7. C takes d5. E takes d5. g3. c6. Bishop g2. Bishop d6. Short castle. Short castle. Rook b1. Rook e8. b4. a6. a4. b5. a5. Bishop b7. Bishop g5. h6. Bishop f4. Queen e7. Bishop takes d6. Queen takes d6. e3. Rook e7. Knight e2. Rook a e8. Knight f4. Knight e4. Knight d3. f6. Queen b3. King h8. Knight c5. Knight d takes c5. D takes c5. Queen c7. Queen c2. Bishop c8. Knight h4. King g8. Rook b d1. g5. Knight f3. Bishop f5. Knight d4. Bishop h7. Bishop takes e4. Bishop takes e4. Queen e2. Queen d7. Queen h5. King g7. f4. Bishop g6. Queen f3. Rook takes e3. Queen f2. g4. f5. Bishop f7. Queen f4. h5. Knight e6 check. Rook 8 takes e6. F takes e6. Queen takes e6. Rook d2. Bishop g6. Rook d f2. Rook e5. Queen takes f6 check. a4. e6. F takes e6. Queen takes e6 check. King h8. Queen e5 check. King g8. Queen d5 check. King h8. Queen e5 check. King g8. Rook d e1. Rook c2. Queen e6 check. Queen takes e6. Rook takes e6. Rook 2 c7. Rook e8 check. Rook takes e8. Rook takes e8 check. King g7. Rook e4. Rook f7. Rook takes a4. h5. e4. e5. Knight f3. Knight c6. Bishop b5. a6. Bishop a4. Knight f6. Short castle. Bishop c5. c3. b5. Bishop b3. d5. E takes d5. Knight a5. d4. E takes d4. Rook e1 check. Bishop e7. Queen takes d4. Knight takes b3. A takes b3. Queen takes d5. Bishop g5. Queen takes d4. Knight takes d4. King f8. Knight takes b5. Rook b8. Knight takes c7. Rook takes b3. Bishop takes f6. G takes f6. Knight d5. Bishop e6. Knight takes e7. King takes e7. Knight d2. Rook takes b2. Knight e4. Rook a8. Knight c5. Rook b6. Rook e4. Knight f6. c4. g6. Knight c3. d6, e4, bishop g7, bishop e2, short castle, bishop e3, e5, d5, knight a6, h4, knight c5, queen c2, c6, h5, c takes d5, c takes d5, queen a5, f3, knight takes h5, knight h3, knight g3, rook h2, knight takes e2, queen takes e2, bishop takes h3, rook takes h3, f5, queen b5, queen c7, bishop takes c5, d takes c5, long castle, a6, queen c4, b5, knight c3, knight f6, bishop c4, bishop c5, knight f3, short castle, knight takes e5, d6, knight d3, bishop g4, f3, bishop h5, knight takes c5, d takes c5, d3, knight fd7, short castle, knight e5, bishop b3, knight bc6, knight d5, knight d4, c3, knight e6, bishop e3, queen h4, queen e1, queen takes e1, rook a takes e1, knight takes d3, rook e2, c6, knight e7 check, king h8, knight f5, bishop g6, g3, b5, knight h4, c4, bishop c2, knight ec5, f4, bishop h5, knight f3, knight takes e4, bishop d4, bishop takes f3, rook takes f3, knight d6, rook fe3, rook fe8, king g2, king g8, h4, f6, h5, king f7, h6, rook takes e3, rook takes e3, g takes h6, bishop takes d3, c takes d3, rook takes d3, rook e8, rook d2, knight c4, rook f2, rook e6, b3, f5, b takes c4, knight f6, c4, e6, g3, d5, knight f3, bishop e7, bishop g2, short castle, knight c3, a5, short castle, c6, knight d2, b5, c takes b5, c takes b5, knight takes b5, queen b6, a4, bishop a6, e4, knight c6, e takes d5, knight takes d5, knight c4, queen b8, bishop takes d5, e takes d5, bishop f4, queen c8, knight b6, queen h3, knight takes a8, rook takes a8, rook e1, bishop f6, bishop e5, bishop takes e5, d takes e5, rook d8, rook c1, d4, e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, a6, bishop a4, Knight f6. Short castle. Bishop c5. c3. b5. Bishop b3. d6. d4. Bishop a7. Bishop e3. Short castle. Knight bd2. h6. h3. Rook e8. Rook e1. Rook b8. Bishop c2. E takes d4. C takes d4. Knight b4. Bishop b1. c5. D takes c5. D takes c5. e5. Knight fd5. Bishop takes h6. G takes h6. Knight e4. Bishop f5. a3. Bishop takes e4. Bishop takes e4. Knight f4. A takes b4. C takes b4. Queen c1. Knight d3. Queen takes h6. Bishop takes f2 check. King h1. Rook b6. Bishop h7 check. c4. g6. Knight c3. d5. C takes d5. Knight takes d5. e4. Knight takes c3. B takes c3. Bishop g7. Knight f3. Short castle. Bishop e2. c5. Short castle. C takes d4. C takes d4. Bishop g4. Bishop e3. Bishop takes f3. Bishop takes f3. Knight c6. d5. Knight e5. Bishop e2. Rook c8. Rook b1. b6. h4. Knight c4. Bishop d4. Knight e5. h5. Queen d6. Rook b3. Rook fd8. Queen a1. f6. H takes g6. H takes g6. Rook g3. g5. Bishop takes e5. Queen takes e5. Queen takes e5. F takes e5. Bishop g4. Rook c4. Bishop e6 check. King f8. Rook e1. Bishop f6. Rook h3. King g7. g3. Rook h8. Rook takes h8. King takes h8. Rook e2. b5. King g2. Rook c3. Rook b2. a6. King h3. King g7. King g4. Rook c4. f3. Rook c3. Bishop f5. King f8. Bishop e6. King e8. Rook h2. King d8. Rook b2. e4. e5. Knight f3. Knight c6. Bishop b5. a6. Bishop a4. Knight f6. Short castle. Bishop c5. c3. b5. Bishop c2. d6. d4. Bishop b6. a4. Rook b8. Bishop g5. Short castle. h3. h6. Bishop h4. Rook e8. Rook e1. b4. d5. Knight e7. Bishop takes f6. G takes f6. Knight bd2. B takes c3. B takes c3. Knight g6. Knight f1. King h7. Knight e3. Rook g8. Knight h2. Knight f4. Knight hg4. h5. g3. H takes g4. G takes f4. E takes f4. Knight takes g4. Bishop takes g4. H takes g4. f5. Queen f3. Queen h4. King f1. Rook takes g4. King e2. Queen takes f2 check. Queen takes f2. Bishop takes f2. King takes f2. Rook b2. Rook e2. King g7. E takes f5. King f6. Rook g1. Rook g3. Rook takes g3. F takes g3 check. King takes g3. Rook a2. King f4. Rook a3. c4. Rook c3. d4. g6. c4. Knight f6. Knight c3. Bishop g7. e4. d6. Bishop e2. Short castle. Bishop e3. Knight c6. d5. Knight e5. f4. Knight eg4. Bishop d2. Knight h6. Knight f3. e6. Short castle. E takes d5. C takes d5. c6. D takes c6. B takes c6. King h1. d5. e5. Knight e4. Bishop e3. Knight takes c3. B takes c3. Rook e8. Knight d4. Bishop d7. Knight b3. Knight f5. Bishop c5. a5. Knight d4. Knight takes d4. C takes d4. Bishop f5. Bishop d3. Bishop takes d3. Queen takes d3. Bishop f8. Rook ac1. Rook b8. f5. Queen g5. Bishop takes f8. Rook takes f8. Rook takes c6. Rook b2. Queen g3. Queen takes g3. H takes g3. Rook takes a2. Rook d6. Rook a3. Rook takes d5. Rook takes g3. Rook takes a5. Rook d3. F takes g6. H takes g6. Rook d5. King g7. Rook d7. King g8. d5. Rook e3. Rook e7. Rook d3. d4. d5. Knight c3. Knight f6. Bishop f4. e6. Knight b5. Knight a6. e3. c6. Knight c3. Bishop d6. Bishop takes a6. B takes a6. Knight f3. Short castle. Short castle. Rook b8. Knight a4. Bishop takes f4. E takes f4. Knight d7. Knight e5. Knight takes e5. F takes e5. f6. f4. a5. c3. Bishop a6. Rook e1. F takes e5. F takes e5. Queen h4. Queen d2. Rook f5. Knight c5. Rook b f8. Knight takes a6. Rook f2. Queen e3. Rook takes b2. Rook f1. Rook takes f1 check. Rook takes f1. Rook takes a2. Knight c7. Queen g4. Queen f3. Queen takes f3. Rook takes f3. a4. Knight takes e6. h6. Rook f8 check. King h7. Rook a8. King g6. Rook takes a7. King f5. Knight takes g7 check. King e4. e6. King e3. h3. King d3. e7. Rook e2. d4. Knight f6. c4. g6. Knight c3. d6. e4. Bishop g7. Bishop e2. Short castle. Bishop e3. e5. d5. Knight a6. h4. Knight c5. Queen c2. c6. h5. C takes d5. C takes d5. Queen a5. h6. Bishop h8. Bishop d2. Bishop d7. Rook c1. Rook a c8. Queen b1. Queen d8. Knight h3. a6. Knight g5. b5. b4. Knight a4. Knight takes a4. B takes a4. Short castle. Bishop b5. Bishop takes b5. A takes b5. Rook c6. Queen d7. Rook fc1. Knight g4. Queen d3. Knight takes h6. Queen takes b5. Rook b8. Queen takes a4. Queen g4. Queen d1. Queen h4. Queen f3. Knight g4. Queen g3. Queen takes g3. F takes g3. h6. Knight f3. Rook a8. Rook a1. Rook a3. Rook takes d6. Rook a4. a3. Rook f8. Rook c6. Knight f6. Knight takes e5. Knight takes e4. Bishop f4. g5. d4. d5. Knight c3. Knight f6. Bishop f4. e6. Knight b5. Knight a6. e3. c6. Knight c3. Knight c7. Knight f3. Bishop d6. Knight e5. Short castle. Queen f3. b5. Knight takes c6. Queen d7. Knight e5. Queen e7. Bishop d3. b4. Knight e2. Bishop a6. Knight c6. Queen d7. Knight e5. Queen e7. Bishop g5. Bishop takes d3. C takes d3. Rook fc8. Knight f4. Knight ce8. Knight h5. Rook c2. Knight g4. Rook ac8. Short castle. Rook takes b2. Knight g takes f6 check. Knight takes f6. Knight takes f6 check. King h8. Knight takes h7. Queen c7. Knight f6. Bishop takes h2 check. King h1. G takes f6. Knight f6. c4. g6. Knight c3. d5. C takes d5. Knight takes d5. e4. Knight takes c3. B takes c3. Bishop g7. Knight f3. c5. Bishop b5 check. Knight c6. Short castle. Short castle. Bishop takes c6. B takes c6. Queen c2. C takes d4. C takes d4. Bishop g4. Knight e5. Queen takes d4. Bishop b2. Queen b6. Rook a b1. Bishop takes e5. Bishop takes e5. Queen a5. Bishop c3. Queen c5. h3. Bishop e6. King h2. Rook fd8. f4. Bishop c4. Rook f3. Rook a b8. Rook c1. Queen b5. Bishop e5. Bishop d3. Rook takes d3. Rook takes d3. Bishop takes b8. Rook e3. Bishop takes a7. Rook a3. Bishop f2. Rook a6. e5. King g7. Rook b1. Queen d5. Rook b2. Rook a3. Queen d2. Queen c4. Queen d4. d4. d5. Knight c3. Knight f6. Bishop f4. c5. e4. Knight takes e4. Knight takes e4. D takes e4. D takes c5. Queen a5 check. c3. Queen takes c5. Queen a4 check. Knight c6. Queen takes e4. Bishop f5. Queen a4. e5. Bishop e3. Queen a5. Queen takes a5. Knight takes a5. Knight f3. f6. Long castle. Bishop e7. Bishop b5 check. Knight c6. Knight h4. Bishop e6. h3. Bishop takes a2. g4. Bishop b3. Rook d2. Bishop e6. Knight f5. King f7. Rook hd1. a6. Bishop takes c6. B takes c6. Rook d7. Bishop takes d7. Rook takes d7. Rook he8. Bishop c5. King e6. Rook takes e7 check. Rook takes e7. Knight takes e7. King d7. Knight f5. g6. Knight d6. King e6. King c2. f5. b4. f takes g4. h takes g4. h5. g takes h5. Knight f8. f5. g5. Knight d3. h6. Knight e1. Knight h7. Knight f3. King d7. f6. King c7. h4. King b7. King d3. King a6. King c3. King b7. King b4. King a6. King a4. King b7. King a5. King a7. h5. Knight f8. Knight e1. Knight d7. Knight d3. King b7. Knight b4. Knight b8. King a4. Knight a6. Knight d3. Knight c7. King b3. Knight b5. Knight e1. Knight takes d4 check. Bishop g5. h6. Knight e d6 check. Bishop takes d6. Knight takes d6 check. King f8. Bishop e3. Knight e7. Knight b7. Knight ef5. Knight takes c5. King e7. Bishop d2. B takes a3. B takes a3. Knight c2. Knight takes a4. Knight takes a3. Knight c5. Rook hc8. Knight e4. Rook b1. Rook takes b1. Knight takes b1. Bishop b4 check. King d8. Bishop f3. Rook c1 check. King g2. Knight d4. Bishop g4. Knight c3. Bishop takes c3. Knight c6. Bishop d2. Rook a1. Bishop e3. Rook a3. d4. Rook a4. Knight d6. Rook c4. Knight takes f7 check. King e7. Knight d6. Rook b4. Knight e4. Knight takes d4. Rook b2. King e1. g4. Rook f5. King h3. Rook f4. g3. Rook f8. g2. Rook h8 check. King g3. Rook g8 check. King f3. Rook f8 check. King e4. Rook e8 check. King d3. Rook f7. d5. Knight f8. Bishop takes f6. Rook takes f6. Rook e7. Rook f7. Rook fe1. Queen d8. Rook takes f7. King takes f7. Knight c5. C takes d5. Knight d3. D takes c4. Queen takes b7 check. King g8. Knight e5. Queen b6 check. Queen takes b6. A takes b6. Knight takes c4. Rook takes a2. Knight takes b6. Rook b2. Rook e3. Knight h7. Knight d7. King f7. Knight e5 check. King f6. Knight c4. Rook b1 check. King g2. Knight g5. h4. Knight e4. Knight b6. Rook b2 check. King g1. Knight c5. Knight d5 check. King f7. b4. Knight e4. Knight f4. Rook takes b4. Queen h3. Queen e6. Bishop a3. b4. Bishop c1. Rook ec8. Queen g3. King h8. f4. E takes f4. Bishop takes f4. Rook takes c2. Bishop e5. f6. Bishop takes d4. b3. Bishop e3. b2. Rook a b1. a3. Knight d4. Queen c8. Knight takes c2. Queen takes c2. Queen f2. Queen takes f2 check. Rook takes f2. a2. Rook f takes b2. A takes b1 promotes to queen check. Rook takes b1. Knight g5. Rook d1. Rook d8. Bishop takes g5. H takes g5. King f2. Bishop c5 check. King e2. Bishop d4. Rook c1. King h7. Rook c4. King g6. h3. Bishop e5. h6. Knight f3. Bishop d7. Rook takes a6. Bishop takes g4. Rook takes a7. Bishop takes f3. b4. Knight b3. Bishop f4. g5. Bishop d6. Rook fd8. Bishop c5. Knight takes c5. B takes c5. Rook takes c5. Rook takes b7. Rook dc8. Bishop g2. Rook c1. Rook b1. Rook takes e1 check. Rook takes e1. g4. h3. h5. e5. Rook c3. H takes g4. H takes g4. Bishop takes f3. G takes f3. Rook d1. Bishop takes e5. King h2. King g7. King h3. f5. g4. King g6. G takes f5 check. King takes f5. Rook g1. Rook c8. Rook g5 check. King e6. King g4. Rook f8. Rook g6 check. Rook 3 f2. King f7. Rook e1. King g6. e4. D takes e4. Rook takes e4. King f5. Rook fe2. Rook f7. King f3. g5. F takes g5. F takes g5. King g2. Rook d7. h3. King g6. Rook takes e6 check. Rook takes e6. Rook takes e6 check. King f5. Rook e2. h4. g4 check. King g6. Knight f6. c4. g6. Knight c3. d5. C takes d5. Knight takes d5. e4. Knight b6. Bishop e3. Bishop g7. Bishop e2. Short castle. Knight f3. Knight c6. Short castle. Bishop g4. d5. Bishop takes f3. Bishop takes f3. Knight e5. Bishop e2. Knight ec4. Bishop takes c4. Knight takes c4. Queen e2. Knight takes e3. Queen takes e3. c6. Rook a d1. Queen b6. b3. Queen takes e3. F takes e3. Bishop takes c3. D takes c6. B takes c6. Rook d7. Rook fe8. Rook c1. Bishop a5. Rook takes c6. Bishop b6. King f2. King f8. Rook c2. Rook a d8. Rook c d2. Rook takes d7. Rook takes d7. Rook c8. a4. Rook c3. b4. Rook takes e3. Rook b7. Rook takes e4 check. King f3. Rook takes b4. h4. h5. g3. b3. e5. Bishop b2. Knight c6. c4. Knight ge7. g3. d5. C takes d5. Queen takes d5. Knight f3. e4. Knight c3. Queen f5. Knight h4. Queen e6. Bishop g2. f5. d4. Knight d5. Short castle. Bishop e7. Knight takes d5. Queen takes d5. e3. Bishop takes h4. G takes h4. Bishop e6. h5. Short castle. Rook c1. Rook a d8. f4. Queen d7. King h1. h6. Rook g1. King h7. Bishop f1. Bishop f7. Bishop e2. Queen e8. Rook g3. Rook g8. Queen g1. Bishop takes h5. Bishop takes h5. Queen takes h5. d5. g5. D takes c6. Rook d2. Rook g2. Queen f3. Rook f1. Queen takes g2 check. Queen takes g2. Rook takes g2. King takes g2. G takes f4 check. King f2. F takes e3 check. King takes e3. B takes c6. Rook takes f5. Rook g2. Rook f7 check. King g8. Rook f2. Rook g1. King takes e4. h5. d4. Knight f6. c4. g6. Knight c3. d5. C takes d5. Knight takes d5. e4. Knight takes c3. B takes c3. Bishop g7. Knight f3. c5. Bishop b5 check. Bishop d7. Rook b1. Short castle. Short castle. C takes d4. C takes d4. Knight c6. d5. Knight e5. Bishop takes d7. Knight takes f3 check. Queen takes f3. Queen takes d7. h4. Rook fc8. h5. Rook c3. Bishop e3. Rook ac8. Rook fe1. b6. Queen f4. Queen c7. Queen h4. Bishop f6. Queen g4. Queen e5. h6. Rook 3 c4. Bishop f4. Queen d4. Rook b d1. Queen c5. e5. Bishop h8. Queen g3. Rook c3. Bishop e3. Queen b4. d6. E takes d6. E takes d6. Rook d8. d7. Rook d3. Rook takes d3. Queen takes e1 check. King h2. Queen a1. Bishop f4. Bishop f6. Bishop c7. Rook f8. d8 promotes to queen. Bishop takes d8. Bishop takes d8. Queen takes a2. e4. e5. Knight f3. Knight c6. Bishop c4. Knight f6. Knight g5. d5. E takes d5. Knight a5. Bishop b5 check. c6. D takes c6. B takes c6. Queen f3. C takes b5. Queen takes a8. Queen c7. Queen f3. Bishop g4. Queen a8 check. Bishop c8. Queen f3. Knight c6. c3. Bishop g4. Queen e3. h6. Knight e4. Knight d5. Queen g3. f5. Short castle. Knight f4. Rook e1. Bishop e7. d4. Knight e2 check. Rook takes e2. Bishop takes e2. Queen takes g7. Rook f8. Knight g3. Bishop c4. Bishop takes h6. E takes d4. Knight d2. D takes c3. B takes c3. Rook f6. Knight takes c4. B takes c4. Rook e1. Queen d6. Bishop g5. Rook e6. Queen g8 check. King d7. Rook takes e6. Queen takes e6. Queen takes e6 check. King takes e6. Bishop takes e7. Knight takes e7. King f1. Knight d5. Knight e2. King e5. King e1. f4. King d2. Knight f6. f3. Knight d5. g3. F takes g3. d4. b6. e4. Bishop b7. Bishop d3. e6. Knight f3. c5. c3. C takes d4. C takes d4. d6. Short castle. Knight f6. Knight c3. Bishop e7. e5. D takes e5. D takes e5. Knight d5. Knight e4. Knight c6. Rook e1. h6. a3. Short castle. e4. e5. Knight f3. Knight c6. Bishop b5. a6. Bishop takes c6. D takes c6. Short castle. f6. d3. Bishop e6. a4. Knight e7. Knight b d2. g5. Knight c4. Knight g6. Knight e3. Bishop c5. Bishop d2. Queen d7. b4. Bishop a7. Knight e1. Rook d8. b5. A takes b5. A takes b5. Bishop b6. B takes c6. Queen takes c6. Rook a3. Short castle. Rook c3. Queen d7. Rook b3. Bishop d4. Rook a3. c6. Knight f3. Bishop c5. Rook a5. Bishop b6. Rook a4. Rook a8. Rook takes a8. Rook takes a8. h4. G takes h4. Knight h2. Knight f4. Queen f3. King h8. Knight eg4. Bishop takes g4. Knight takes g4. Queen d6. Bishop takes f4. E takes f4. Queen h3. Rook g8. Queen takes h4. Rook g6. c3. f3. d4. F takes g2. Rook a1. Bishop d8. Rook a8. Queen d7. Knight takes f6. Knight f6. c4. g6. Knight c3. d5. C takes d5. Knight takes d5. e4. Knight takes c3. B takes c3. Bishop g7. Knight f3. Short castle. Bishop e2. c5. Short castle. C takes d4. C takes d4. Knight c6. Bishop e3. Bishop g4. d5. Bishop takes f3. Bishop takes f3. Knight e5. Bishop e2. Rook c8. Rook c1. Queen a5. Queen b3. b6. h4. h5. a4. Knight g4. Bishop g5. Bishop f6. Bishop takes g4. Rook takes c1. Rook takes c1. Bishop takes g5. H takes g5. H takes g4. Rook d1. Rook c8. d6. E takes d6. King h2. Queen e5 check. Queen g3. Queen takes g3 check. King takes g3. Rook c4. d4. d5. Bishop f4. c5. e3. C takes d4. E takes d4. Knight c6. c3. Bishop f5. Knight d2. e6. Knight gf3. Bishop d6. Bishop g3. Knight ge7. Bishop b5. Short castle. Short castle. a6. Bishop a4. b5. Bishop c2. Bishop takes c2. Queen takes c2. Rook c8. a3. Knight f5. Bishop takes d6. Queen takes d6. Queen d3. Knight a5. Rook fe1. Knight c4. Knight takes c4. B takes c4. Queen d2. Rook b8. Knight e5. Rook b7. g4. Knight e7. Rook e2. Knight g6. Rook ae1. Knight takes e5. Rook takes e5. Rook fb8. Rook b1. Rook b3. Queen c1. Queen b6. Rook e2. Rook takes a3. King g2. Rook b3. h4. a5. h5. a4. Rook a1. a3. B takes a3. Queen a5. Rook c2. h6. g5. H takes g5. Queen takes g5. Queen d8. Queen takes d8 check. Rook takes d8. a4. Knight takes c1. Rook takes c1. Knight d7. f4. e5. Rook f3. E takes f4. Rook takes f4. Bishop g5. Rook f5. Bishop takes c1. Queen takes c1. Rook e8. Knight g3. Knight f6. Rook f4. d5. Rook takes f6. Queen takes g3. e5. G takes f6. Queen h6. Rook e6. E takes f6. Queen e3 check. Queen takes e3. Rook takes e3. Knight f3. Rook takes f3. Bishop takes f3. h6. h4. Rook e8. g5. H takes g5. H takes g5. Rook e3. King f2. Rook takes f3 check. King takes f3. King h7. King f4. King g6. King e5. King takes g5. King d6. King takes f6. g3. Rook a b8. King h1. Knight h3. Bishop takes d5. C takes d5. Queen d4. Rook fd8. f4. Queen g6. Queen e5. Rook b7. Rook ae1. King f7. Rook e2. Black time out, white is victorious. King G7. Rook E6. Rook A8. Rook takes E5. H6. Rook E2. King G6. Rook E6 check. King G7. Rook B6. Rook A5. King H3. Rook A2. F3. Rook F2. Rook B3. H5. G4. H4. Rook B5. King G6. Rook B6 check. King G7. Rook B5. King G6. Rook F5. King H6. Knight F5. Bishop takes F5. E takes F5. Queen takes E1 check. Rook takes E1. Rook takes E1 check. Bishop F1. Knight C E4. Bishop F4. Knight takes C3. B takes C3. Rook takes C3. Queen B2. Rook C1. Bishop takes C1. Black resigned, white is victorious. E5. Knight F3. Knight C6. Bishop C4. Knight F6. Knight G5. D5. E takes D5. Knight A5. Bishop B5 check. C6. D takes C6. B takes C6. Queen F3. C takes B5. Queen takes A8. Queen C7. Queen F3. Knight C6. C3. Bishop G4. Queen G3. Knight D4. Knight A3. Bishop takes A3. C takes D4. Bishop D6. Knight E4. Knight takes E4. Queen takes G4. Queen C6. Short castle. Short castle. Queen F3. Rook C8. D3. Knight F6. Queen takes C6. Rook takes C6. Bishop G5. Knight D5. Rook AC1. Rook A6. Rook C8 check. Bishop F8. D takes E5. H6. Bishop E3. Knight E7. Rook E8. Rook C6. B4. Knight G6. Bishop C5. Rook A6. D4. Rook takes A2. F4. Knight H4. Rook takes F8 check. King H7. Rook takes F7. Rook takes G2 check. King H1. Rook G4. D5. H5. E6. Knight F3. Rook G8. Rook F1. Rook G6. Bishop H5. Rook G7. Rook FF3. Rook AG8. Rook FG3. Rook takes G3. H takes G3. B5. G4. F takes G4. Bishop takes G4. Rook G7. F5. Bishop D7. F6. Rook G6. Bishop F5. Bishop takes F5. Queen takes F5. Queen E6. Queen takes E6. F takes E6. F7. Rook F6. Rook H6. Rook takes F7. Rook takes E6. Rook B7. Rook A6. B4. C takes B4. Rook C7. Rook F6. C3. Rook F1. Rook E7. Rook C1. Rook takes E3. King F2. Rook D3. King E2. Rook takes D4. Queen B5. Knight d3. Rook takes e4. Knight takes c1. Rook e1. Knight takes b3. A takes b3. Rook b8. Queen a4. Queen b6. b4. Knight g4. Queen takes a7. d5. Queen takes b6. Rook takes b6. h3. Knight takes f2. King takes f2. e4. Rook a d1. E takes f3. Bishop takes f3. Rook b f6. Rook d3. d4. C takes d4. Rook b6. b3. Rook takes b4. d5. Rook d4. Rook e d1. Rook takes d3. Rook takes d3. Bishop e5. d6. Rook d8. d7. King g7. b4. King f6. b5. Bishop c7. Rook takes c7. Knight takes a4. Rook takes c8. Rook takes c8. Bishop takes d4. a5. h3. Rook d8. Rook d1. h6. Bishop takes f6. Black resigned, white is victorious. Rook a e8. Queen d3. Bishop b4. Knight g3. Rook e7. c3. Bishop c5. Rook takes e7. Bishop takes e7. Knight f5. Rook d8. Queen f3. Bishop f6. g3. Queen d5. Queen takes d5. Rook takes d5. King g2. King f8. Rook f2. Rook d3. Rook e2. g6. Knight e3. Rook d7. Knight c4. Bishop d8. King f3. Bishop c7. Rook d2. Rook takes d2. Knight takes d2. King e7. Knight e4. b6. c4. f5. Knight f2. King e6. b3. g5. Knight d3. h5. Knight b4. King d7. Knight c2. g4 check. King e3. Bishop e5. King d3. King e6. King e3. h4. King f2. H takes g3 check. H takes g3. King d6. King g2. b5. C takes b5. C takes b5. Knight e3. King e6. a4. B takes a4. B takes a4. Bishop d4. Knight c4. King d5. Knight d2. Bishop e3. Knight b3. Short castle. Short castle. Knight c6. c3. Knight d7. e4. e5. Bishop g5. Queen e8. Rook e1. E takes d4. C takes d4. h6. Bishop h4. g5. Bishop g3. Knight f6. Bishop b5. Bishop d7. Knight c3. Knight h5. e5. Knight takes g3. H takes g3. D takes e5. D takes e5. a6. Bishop a4. Rook d8. Queen e2. g4. Bishop takes c6. Bishop takes c6. Knight h4. Queen e6. Knight e4. Queen takes e5. Rook ac1. h5. Rook c5. Rook d5. Rook takes d5. Bishop takes d5. Knight c3. Queen takes e2. Rook takes e2. Bishop e6. Knight e4. Rook d8. Knight c5. Bishop c8. b3. b6. Knight e4. King f8. Knight g5. Bishop h6. Rook e5. f6. Knight e6 check. Bishop takes e6. Rook takes e6. Rook d6. Rook takes d6. C takes d6. Knight f5. Bishop g5. Knight takes d6. b5. Knight e4. King e7. Knight c5. a5. Knight b7. Bishop d2. Knight c5. Bishop b4. Knight d3. Bishop d6. King f1. King e6. King e2. King d5. King e3. a4. Knight f4 check. Bishop takes f4 check. King takes f4. A takes b3. A takes b3. King c5. f3. King b4. F takes g4. H takes g4. King takes g4. e3. Short castle. Rook c1. Knight c6. Bishop e2. Rook d8. Short castle. D takes c4. Bishop takes c4. Bishop takes c3. B takes c3. e5. Queen b3. e4. Knight d2. Queen g6. Bishop d5. Knight a5. Queen b5. c6. Bishop takes f7 check. King takes f7. Queen takes a5. Bishop h3. g3. Bishop takes f1. Rook takes f1. King g8. Queen b4. Rook d7. Knight c4. Queen f5. Knight e5. Rook c7. f3. E takes f3. Rook takes f3. Queen e4. Queen d6. Rook a c8. Queen e6 check. King h7. h4. b5. h5. a5. King h2. b4. C takes b4. A takes b4. Rook f7. Rook takes f7. Queen takes f7. Rook a8. Knight d7. Queen c2 check. King h3. King h8. Knight f8. Queen takes a2. Knight g6 check. King h7. Knight f8 check. King h8. Knight g6 check. King h7. Knight f8 check. Rook takes f8. Queen takes a2. Rook b8. Queen b1 check. King b8. King g3. King c7. h4. King d6. g5. Bishop e5 check. King g4. King takes e6. h5. d4. h6. d3. g6. King f6. g7. King g6. Rook takes d3. Rook g8. Rook e3. Bishop f6. Rook e6. King f7. Rook b6. Rook b8. King f5. Bishop c3. Rook d6. Rook c8. Rook d7 check. King g8. Rook takes b7. Rook c6. e4. Bishop f1. f5. Knight d1. Queen d7. Rook ga3. Queen f7. Knight c3. Bishop d7. Knight b5. Bishop takes b5. C takes b5. f4. Bishop c4. Rook e7. Rook e1. Rook a e8. Queen d4. Knight h4. Bishop f1. Queen g6. Rook h3. Knight f3 check. Rook takes f3. E takes f3. Rook takes e7. Rook f4. e5. Rook h4. E takes d4. Bishop g5. Queen e5. Queen takes e5. Rook takes e5. Bishop f6. Rook h5. Rook takes h5. G takes h5. Bishop takes d4. Knight c4. Rook f1. Knight takes a3. Rook f5. Rook d8. Rook takes h5. f6. Bishop takes f6. Rook d2. Bishop e5. Rook takes c2. Rook h4. Knight c4. Bishop d4. a5. Knight takes b5. King h8. Rook fe1. Queen d8. Queen c3. Bishop takes e4. Bishop takes e4. Queen d6. Queen c5. Queen takes f4. g3. Queen c7. d5. Rook e5. d6. Rook takes c5. D takes c7. Knight e6. Bishop takes c6. Knight takes c7. Bishop takes b7. Rook b8. Rook e7. h5. Bishop e4. Rook takes b2. Bishop g6. Rook b8. King g2. King g8. Rook d7. Knight a6. Rook e7. Rook c7. Rook takes c7. Knight takes c7. Rook takes c7. a5. Bishop takes h5. g5. Bishop g6. Rook b2 check. King h3. Knight takes e7 check. Rook takes e7. h4. h5. King h1. Knight e6. f3. Rook e d7. Knight e2. Queen e3. Bishop c1. Queen c5. Rook d2. Rook e8. Rook e d1. Rook e d8. Bishop b2. Queen b4. Knight f4. Knight takes f4. Queen takes f4. Queen c5. Queen f6. Queen e3. Bishop takes e5. D takes e5. Rook takes d7. Rook takes d7. Rook takes d7. Queen e1 check. King h2. Queen takes h4 check. Knight takes d3 check. Queen takes d3. King d7. Bishop f4. Queen f8. Queen e3. d4. Long castle. King e8. Knight takes d4. Bishop takes d4. Rook takes d4. Knight takes d4. Queen takes d4. Bishop d7. f3. Rook c8. Bishop e5. Queen h6 check. Bishop f4. Queen h1 check. Knight d1. e5. Queen d5. Bishop c6. Queen e6. E takes f4. Queen takes c8 check. King f7. Queen g4. e5. Queen g5. Queen e1. b3. Queen g3. Queen takes e5. Queen takes g2. Queen takes f4 check. King g8. Queen b8 check. King h7. f4. Bishop e4. Queen c7 check. King h6. Queen c3. Queen e2. Queen h8 checkmate. Checkmate, white is victorious. e5. F takes e5. Bishop takes d2. Rook d1. Bishop takes e1. Rook takes d8 check. King g7. E takes f6 check. King h6. Bishop c1 check. g5. Rook takes e1. Knight takes f6. Rook d6. Black resigned, white is victorious. Bishop g2. Knight takes d5. Queen takes d5. Rook c8. Rook d1. Bishop h6. h4. Bishop takes e3. F takes e3. b4. h5. Bishop c2. Rook d2. Bishop b1. Short castle. B takes c3. B takes c3. Queen b6. Queen takes d6. Queen takes e3 check. Rook df2. Bishop d3. h6. Queen g5. Queen takes d3. Rook c d8. Queen f5. Queen takes h6. Bishop e4. Rook d6. Rook h2. Queen e3 check. King h1. Rook g6. Queen f3. Queen takes f3 check. Rook takes f3. h6. Bishop takes g6. C takes d5. E takes d5. Queen b5. Queen g4. Knight d7. Knight c4. Queen takes d5. Rook a d1. Queen e4. Queen g3. Knight e5. f6. g6. Rook f4. Queen c6. Knight e3. King h8. Rook h4. Queen c8. Rook f1. Knight c6. Bishop b6. d5. Bishop takes d8. Rook takes d8. Knight g4. G5. Rook takes H7 check. King takes H7. Queen H3 check. King G8. Knight H6 check. King H7. Knight F5 check. King G6. Queen D3. Knight E5. Knight E7 check. King H6. Knight G8 check. King H5. Queen H7 check. King G4. Queen H3 checkmate. Bishop G7. Rook G4. Rook G8. Queen E1. Knight E7. Bishop takes E7. Queen takes E7. Queen takes C3. Queen C5. Queen takes C4. Queen takes E5. Rook AG1. Queen takes H5 check. King G2. Queen F5. Rook H1. Rook BC8. Queen takes A4. Rook takes C2. Queen E4. Queen takes E4. Bishop takes E4. Rook A2. Rook G3. F5. Bishop C6. Bishop F8. Rook H3. Rook takes G3 check. Rook takes G3. Bishop C5. Rook F3. King G7. Bishop D7. King F6. Rook H3. Rook takes F2 check. King G3. Rook D2. Rook takes H6 check. King G5. Rook takes E6. Rook takes D7. Rook C6. Rook D3 check. King G2. Bishop takes A3. King F2. Bishop D6. King E2. Rook D5. Rook C8. King F4. Rook E8. Bishop E5. Rook G8. Knight C5. Bishop C2. B5. A3. Bishop B7. Rook Fe1. Rook C8. Knight D4. E5. Knight F3. Knight H5. B4. Knight D7. A4. Knight B6. A takes B5. Knight C4. Queen E2. A takes B5. Knight takes B5. Knight takes E3. Queen takes E3. Knight f4. King h2. Bishop h6. g3. Queen d7. Knight g1. Queen takes b5. Queen a3. Knight h5. Bishop a4. Bishop takes c1. Rook takes c1. Queen a6. Rook a1. Rook f8. Queen e3. Rook a8. Knight f3. Queen a7. Queen e2. Knight f6. Knight d2. Bishop c8. Rook a2. Bishop d7. Bishop b3. Queen d4. Rook c2. Rook fc8. Bishop c4. Queen b6. b5. King g7. Rook b2. Queen d4. Rook b1. Rook a4. Bishop d3. Rook a2. King g2. Queen c3. Rook d1. Queen a5. Knight b3. Queen a3. Rook d2. Rook takes d2. Knight takes d2. Queen b4. Knight f1. Rook b8. Knight e3. Bishop takes b5. Bishop takes b5. Queen takes b5. Queen f3. Queen b4. Queen d1. Queen takes e4 check. f3. Rook b1. F takes e4. Rook takes d1. Knight takes d1. Knight takes e4. Knight e3. f5. Knight c4. King f7. King f3. King e7. King e3. Knight f6. Knight b6. g5. g4. f4 check. King e2. Bishop takes c6. King takes c6. Rook takes d8. Rook takes d8. Rook a1. King b7. Knight e4. Rook a8. Rook d1. King c7. Rook c1. Rook b8. Rook c3. f6. E takes f6. G takes f6. Knight e d2. Knight f7. Rook e3. e5. Knight e4. King c6. King g2. Rook g8. King f3. h5. Rook d3. H takes g4 check. H takes g4. Rook d8. Rook c3. King b5. King e2. King b4. Rook c1. King takes b3. Knight e d2 check. King b4. Rook b1 check. King c3. Rook b3 check. King c2. Knight e3 check. Black resigned, white is victorious. Queen f1. King h2. Queen f5. Queen takes f5. E takes f5. Knight gf3. Bishop d6. Bishop f4. Bishop e6. g3. Rook ac8. Bishop d3. d4. Rook hc1. Bishop d5. King h3. Bishop e4. Rook takes c8. Rook takes c8. Rook d1. Bishop takes f3. Knight takes f3. Bishop takes f4. G takes f4. g6. Knight takes d4. Knight h5. Knight e2. Rook e8. King g2. King g7. King f2. Rook d8. Bishop g5. Knight d4. Rook e3. Queen b1. Rook g3. Rook a8. King h2. Queen takes f1. Bishop takes h6. Knight f3 check. Rook takes f3. Bishop takes h6. Rook g3. Queen c1. Rook g7 check. King h8. g3. Rook a1. White resigned, black is victorious. Knight b4. Rook takes b4. Rook takes b4. Knight c4. Bishop e4. Rook c3. Rook d1. Knight takes a5. Rook b d4. Knight c4. Bishop d3. Knight e3. Bishop takes f1. Knight takes f1. Rook takes f4. Rook f3. Rook takes f3. G takes f3. Rook b1. King f2. Rook takes b3. Knight d2. Rook a3. Knight e4. Rook takes a4. Knight takes c5. Rook a2 check. King g3. g5. h4. f6. h takes g5. f takes g5. e4. g6, d4, bishop g7, knight f3, c5, d5, d6, h3, knight f6, knight c3, short castle, bishop c4, e6, short castle, e takes d5, e takes d5, rook e8, rook e1, knight a6, rook takes e8 check, knight takes e8, bishop g5, bishop f6, queen d2, knight a c7, rook e1, bishop takes g5, knight takes g5, bishop f5, g4, bishop d7, knight e6, f takes e6, d takes e6, king g7, e7, queen c8, queen f4, knight f6, g5, knight h5, queen takes d6, king h8, e8 promotes to queen check, queen takes e8, rook takes e8 check, rook takes e8, queen takes d7, rook e1 check, king h2, knight takes f5, queen takes f5, queen g7, rook f2, queen e7, queen c8 check, queen takes c7, queen takes c7, knight takes c7, bishop takes c7, rook d1, e5, rook h4, rook b8, b3, f5, rook h takes d4, e takes d4, rook takes d4, rook h8 check, king g1, king f6, king f2, bishop b6, h5, knight f4, rook takes f4, e takes f4, rook f1, rook takes b2, queen takes f4, rook f2, rook takes f2, g takes f2 check, king takes f2, c3, king e2, c4, h takes g6 check, f takes g6, queen h4 check, king g8, knight e7 check, king f7, queen g4, king takes f6, queen e6 check, king g5, queen takes g6 check, king f4, g3 check, king e5, knight c6 checkmate, queen e2, knight c4, bishop takes h5, bishop b7, rook d3, queen b6, rook h3, rook g8, knight d2, knight a5, knight d5, bishop takes d5, E takes d5. Knight c4. Knight e4. a5. Bishop takes f7 check. King takes f7. Rook h7 check. King f8. Queen h5. Black resigned, white is victorious. e6. Knight takes d4. Bishop c5. Knight b3. Queen takes d1. Rook takes d1. Bishop e7. a4. Knight b d7. a5. Short castle. Bishop f4. Knight d5. Bishop g3. Knight 7 f6. Knight 1 d2. Bishop d7. c3. Rook f d8. Bishop f1. c5. Knight c4. Bishop e8. a6. B takes a6. Rook takes a6. Knight e4. Rook da1. Knight takes g3. H takes g3. Rook a b8. Knight b d2. Bishop f8. Rook takes a7. h5. Knight e4. Knight b6. Knight e d2. Knight d5. Bishop e2. g6. Knight e4. Bishop b5. Rook 1 a2. Bishop e7. King f1. King f8. King e1. Knight f6. Knight g5. Knight d7. Knight e4. Bishop takes c4. Bishop takes c4. Knight e5. Bishop e2. c4. Rook c7. Rook bc8. Rook a7. Rook takes c7. Rook takes c7. Rook b8. Bishop takes c4. Rook takes b2. Rook c8 check. King g7. Rook c7. Bishop d8. Rook c8. Bishop a5. Bishop e2. Bishop b6. f4. Knight d7. Rook c6. Bishop e3. Rook c7. Knight f6. Knight g5. Knight d5. Rook takes f7 check. King g8. Bishop c4. Knight takes c3. Rook b7. Rook takes b7. Bishop takes e6 check. King g7. White resigned, black is victorious. Bishop b5. Bishop d3. Bishop c4. Rook a1. h6. Rook b1. Rook c7. Bishop takes e4. Queen takes e4. Knight d2. Queen f5. Knight takes c4. D takes c4. Knight e2. Queen takes a5. Knight c3. Knight e7. Knight b5. c3. Queen c2. Rook c6. e4. Rook c4. d5. Knight c8. Rook b3. a6. Knight takes c3. Knight d6. Queen d3. Queen a1 check. King h2. Queen e1. f4. Knight takes e4. Queen takes c4. Queen g3 check. King g1. Queen e3 check. King h1. Queen c1 check. King h2. Queen takes f4 check. King g1. Queen e3 check. King h2. Queen f4 check. King g1. Queen f2 check. King h2. Queen g3 check. King g1. Queen e3 check. King h2. Queen f4 check. Threefold repetition draw. c3. Queen e7. Queen f3. g6. Queen f4. King g7. c4. h5. c5. b5. King h2. h4. Knight a5. Queen e6. Queen c7 check. King h6. Knight takes c6. Queen e2. Queen f4 check. King g7. Knight b4. Knight e7. c6. g5. Queen d6. Knight f5. Queen takes d5. Knight g3. F takes g3. H takes g3 check. King takes g3. Queen e3 check. King h2. Queen f4 check. g3. Queen d2 check. King g1. Queen takes b4. Queen d7 check. King g6. Queen e8 check. F takes g2. Rook e7. Queen f6. Queen e6 check. Queen takes e6. Rook takes e6. Rook d2. Rook c1. c6. Rook g6. Rook d takes f2. b5. Rook f1 check. White resigned, black is victorious. d4. Knight f6. c4. g6. Knight c3. Bishop g7. e4. Short castle. Knight f3. c5. Bishop e2. C takes d4. Knight takes d4. Knight c6. Bishop e3. d6. Short castle. Bishop d7. h3. Knight takes d4. Bishop takes d4. Bishop c6. Queen c2. a5. Rook a d1. Knight d7. Bishop takes g7. King takes g7. Bishop g4. Knight e5. c5. Knight takes g4. H takes g4. a4. C takes d6. E takes d6. Queen d2. Queen h4. f3. Rook f d8. Queen d4 check. King g8. a3. h5. G takes h5. Queen takes h5. Queen f6. Rook d7. f4. Rook e8. Rook d3. Rook e6. Queen d4. Rook d e7. Rook h3. Rook takes e4. Knight takes e4. Rook takes e4. Queen takes e4. Bishop takes e4. Rook takes h5. G takes h5. Rook d1. d5. Rook d4. b5. Rook b4. Bishop d3. b3. A takes b3. Rook takes b3. Bishop c4. Rook h3. Bishop e2. Rook e3. E takes f6. Knight takes f6 check. King g7. Rook f1. Queen d4. Rook f4. Queen a1. Rook f1. Queen d4. Rook f4. Queen a1. Queen d2. Rook b8. Rook f2. Queen e5. Knight g4. Queen e4 check. King h3. f5. Queen h6 check. King h8. Knight e3. Rook e8. Rook e2. Queen f3. Rook e1. King g8. Queen g5. a5. Queen f6. f4. Knight g4. h5. Queen takes g6 check. King f8. Queen f6 check. King g8. Queen g5 check. King f8. Queen f5 check. King g8. Knight f6 check. King g7. Knight takes h5 check. King h6. Rook takes e8. Knight takes e8. Knight takes f4. Queen f1 check. King h4. Queen b1. Queen takes b1. King g7. Queen g6 check. King f8. Knight e6 check. King e7. Queen h7 check. Queen d6. Knight f1. Knight a5. Queen e3. Knight c4. Queen c1. Rook c7. b3. Knight a5. Queen d2. Knight c6. g3. Knight e7. Knight e3. Rook c6. h4. a5. Queen d3. Rook c7. King g2. Queen c6. Queen d2. b5. Queen takes a5. Queen d7. Rook e1. Rook a7. Queen d2. Queen d6. Knight d1. Knight f5. Knight c3. Queen d7. a4. B takes a4. Knight takes a4. Queen b5. Queen c3. Rook c7. Queen b2. Rook c6. Knight c3. Queen b7. Knight a4. Queen b4. Rook d1. Knight d6. Queen e2. Knight e4. Rook a1. Knight takes d4. Knight takes d4. Queen takes d4. Rook d1. Queen e5. Queen b5. Rook c2. Queen d7 check. King f8. Queen d8 check. King g7. d4. Knight f6. c4. e6. Knight f3. d5. g3. d takes c4. Bishop g2. a6. Short castle. Knight c6. Bishop e3. Rook b8. Queen c1. b5. b3. Bishop b7. B takes c4. Knight a5. Knight bd2. Bishop b4. C takes b5. A takes b5. a4. Bishop takes d2. Bishop takes d2. Knight b3. Queen b2. Knight takes a1. Queen takes b5 check. c6. Queen c4. Queen d5. Queen takes d5. C takes d5. Rook takes a1. Bishop a6. Bishop f1. Knight e4. Bishop f4. Rook c8. a5. f6. Knight d2. Knight takes d2. Bishop takes d2. Rook c2. Bishop b4. King d7. e3. Rook a8. Bishop c5. Rook b2. h4. Bishop takes f1. King takes f1. Rook a6. Bishop f8. g6. Bishop g7. King e7. Rook c1. Rook b7. Rook c5. King f7. Bishop h6. Rook a8. Bishop f4. Rook ba7. Bishop c7. King e7. Bishop b6. Rook b7. King g2. King d7. g4. Rook c8. Rook takes c8. King takes c8. g5. F takes g5. H takes g5. King d7. Bishop c5. King c6. a6. Rook b1. King g3. Rook f1. f3. Rook h1. e4. Rook e1. King f4. Rook f1. King g3. Rook g1 check. King f4. Rook f1. a7. King b7. E takes d5. E takes d5. King g3. Rook e1. f4. Rook e2. King f3. Rook e1. King g4. Rook f1. King g3. King a8. King g4. Rook g1 check. King f3. King b7. King f2. Rook a1. King f3. Rook d1. King g4. Rook e1. King f3. Rook e8. King g3. Rook e6. King g4. Rook e3. King h4. Rook e1. King g4. Rook h1. King f3. h5. G takes h6. Rook takes h6. King g4. Rook h5. King f3. Rook h4. King g3. Rook h1. King g4. Rook g1 check. King f3. Rook f1 check. King g4. Rook f2. King g3. Rook e2. King g4. Rook e3. King g5. Rook f3. King g4. Rook f1. King g5. Rook g1 check. King f6. Bishop c4. Knight f2. Rook a7. Knight d1. Rook takes f7 check. King g6. Rook f5. Rook f2 check. King e4. Rook takes f5. G takes f5 check. King takes g5. Bishop d3. Knight f2 check. King e5. Knight takes d3 check. King d4. King takes f5. Knight takes f5. E takes f5. Knight e7. f6. G takes f6. G takes f6. Knight f5. Bishop f2. d5. Long castle. Knight d6. Rook ge1 check. King d8. Queen g5. King c7. f5. Bishop h6. Bishop takes h4. Knight takes f5. King b1. Bishop takes g5. Bishop takes g5. Rook takes h3. Rook e5. Knight d6. Rook e7. King b6. Rook takes d7. Bishop takes d7. Bishop f4. Knight c4. b3. Knight e3. Rook e1. Rook e8. Knight d1. Knight g2. Rook takes e8. Bishop takes e8. Bishop d6. Rook h1. Bishop e2. Knight e3. King c1. Knight takes d1. Bishop takes d1. Bishop d7. King d2. Rook h6. Bishop e5. c5. b4. King c6. c3. d4. Bishop f3 check. King b6. C takes d4. C takes b4. Bishop f8. Rook eb1. Bishop c8. Queen a2. Rook takes b3. Rook takes b3. Rook b8. f3. h5. King f2. King h7. g3. Bishop h6. Bishop takes h6. King takes h6. Bishop f1. Rook b4. Bishop h3. Knight f8. Bishop takes c8. Queen takes c8. Queen a3. Queen b8. King e2. Knight d7. King d3. f5. King c3. Queen a7. Queen c1. Queen c7. E takes f5. Queen takes a5. Rook a3. Rook a4 check. King c2. Rook takes a3. Knight b3 check. Black resigned, white is victorious. Rook e3. Bishop f8. Rook g3 check. Bishop g7. d5. King h8. Knight g6 check. King g8. Knight h4. King h8. Knight g6 check. King g8. Queen d2. C takes d5. E takes d5. E takes d5. Knight takes d5. Queen f7. Knight c3. d5. Rook e1. e4. Knight b5. Rook a d8. Knight d4. Knight h5. Rook g4. Knight 7 f6. Rook g5. e3. Rook takes e3. Knight e4. Rook takes e4. D takes e4. c3. Rook d5. Rook g4. Knight f6. Rook g3. e3. Queen e2. Knight e4. White resigned, black is victorious. Bishop takes e5. Knight takes e5. Long castle. King h8. Rook he1. Knight g4. Queen takes d5. Queen h4. h3. Knight f2. Rook f1. Bishop takes h3. Rook takes f2. Queen takes f2. G takes h3. a6. Bishop d3. Rook a e8. Queen h5. Queen e3 check. King b1. Queen h6. Queen takes h6. G takes h6. a4. Rook f3. h4. Rook h3. Bishop f5. Rook takes h4. Rook d7. Rook f8. Bishop d3. King g8. Rook takes b7. Rook f7. Bishop takes a6. h5. a5. Rook f5. Bishop b5. Black resigned, white is victorious. Rook takes e6. F takes e6. Knight h5 check. Black resigned, white is victorious. Bishop c8. f4. King g7. F takes e5. D takes e5. d6. Queen d8. Knight c7. Queen takes d6. Queen takes f6 check. King takes f6. Knight takes e8 check. King e7. Knight takes d6. a4. b4. Knight bd2. Bishop g7. Knight c4. Short castle. Bishop e3. Knight e6. Rook a d1. Knight c6. e5. Knight c d4. Knight takes d4. C takes d4. Bishop takes d4. Knight takes d4. Rook takes d4. Bishop e6. Rook f d1. Rook a c8. Bishop b3. Bishop takes e5. Knight takes e5. Bishop takes b3. Rook f1. a5. Rook d6. Bishop takes a4. Rook d5. Rook a8. Rook a1. Rook f d8. Rook takes d8 check. Rook takes d8. h3. Rook d1 check. Rook takes d1. Bishop takes d1. Knight c6. Bishop b3. Knight takes a5. Bishop d5. f3. f5. King f2. f4. King e2. King f7. King d3. King e6. Knight c4. g5. King d4. h5. Knight e5. Bishop b7. Knight d3. King f5. Knight takes b4. g4. H takes g4 check. H takes g4. Knight d5. Bishop a6. F takes g4 check. King takes g4. King e5. f3. G takes f3 check. King takes f3. b4. King g4. Knight c7. Bishop f1. Knight e8. King g5. Knight d6. King g6. King e6. King g5. Knight f7 check. King f4. Knight d6. King g5. King e5. King g6. Knight e4. King f7. King d6. King e8. King c7. King e7. Knight c5. Bishop e2. Knight b3. Bishop f1. Knight d4. Bishop d3. Knight b3. Bishop f1. Knight c5. Bishop e2. King c6. Bishop f1. Knight b3. King d8. King b7. King d7. Knight c5 check. King d6. King b6. King d5. e5. Knight f d5. Knight takes d5. Knight takes d5. Bishop takes d5. C takes d5. Knight b5. Long castle. Knight d6 check. Bishop takes d6. E takes d6. Bishop e4. Rook d2. King d7. h4. Rook c8. b3. Rook c6. King b2. Rook hc8. Rook c1. b5. a3. f6. c3. a5. b4. A takes b4. A takes b4. Rook a6. Rook d1. Rook ca8. Rook a1. Rook takes a1. Rook takes a1. Rook takes a1. King takes a1. Bishop takes g2. King b2. h6. King c1. g5. Bishop g3. f5. Bishop e5. King e6. King d2. f4. Bishop g7. G takes h4. Bishop takes h6. f3. King e3. King takes d6. Bishop g5. h3. King f2. King e6. King g3. King f5. Bishop e3. King e4. Bishop d4. King d3. Bishop e5. King e2. Bishop d4. h2. King takes h2. f2. Bishop takes f2. King takes f2. c4. B takes c4. b5. c3. b6. White resigned, black is victorious. Bishop takes g6. H takes g6. Short castle. Rook e8. Bishop g5. Queen c7. Bishop f4. Knight d8. Bishop G3. Queen takes C3. Rook B1. Knight E6. Knight D2. D5. E takes D6. Bishop D7. Rook E1. Rook AC8. Knight E4. Queen C2. Queen takes C2. Rook takes C2. H4. F6. A5. B takes A5. B takes A5. Bishop C6. D7. Rook D8. Knight D6. Knight F8. Knight takes B7. Rook takes D7. Knight D6. Rook D2. Rook B6. Bishop B5. Knight takes B5. A takes B5. Rook takes B5. Rook D1. Rook B1. Rook takes E1 check. Rook takes E1. Rook A7. Rook A1. Knight E6. Bishop D6. Rook A6. Bishop B4. Knight D4. Rook A2. Knight C6. Bishop C3. King F7. G3. Knight E7. King G2. Knight D5. Bishop D2. Knight C7. Rook B2. Rook E6. Rook B7. Rook E7. Bishop B4. Rook D7. G5. Bishop G3. G4. Knight E5. Knight takes E5. Bishop takes E5. Queen G7. Bishop takes F6. Rook takes F6. Rook E5. Bishop D7. Queen D2. King H8. Rook A E1. Rook A F8. Rook 1 E2. Queen H6. Queen E1. Queen H4. Queen D2. Rook H6. H3. G takes H3. G3. H2 check. King H1. Queen takes G3. White resigned, black is victorious. Queen G7. Rook A D1. Knight takes E4. Rook takes E4. Rook C2. Knight E2. Rook takes A2. Queen E3. Rook A1. Rook D4. Knight F5. Rook takes A1. Knight takes E3. F takes E3. Queen E5. King H1. Queen takes E3. White resigned, black is victorious. G5. H takes G5. H takes G5. Knight F4. Rook A1. Knight B D3. Rook A7 check. King D8. Rook D7 check. King E8. Knight F6 check. King F8. G6. Rook B1 check. King H2. Knight takes G6. D3. Knight G5. F4. Knight F7. D4. C5. C3. Knight C6. Knight F3. C takes D4. Knight E takes D4. F5. E6. Knight D6. Knight E5. Knight takes D4. Queen H5 check. G6. Knight takes G6. Queen A5. Knight takes H8 check. King D8. King D1. Queen A4 check. B3. Knight takes B3. A takes B3. Queen takes A1. Knight F7 check. King C7. Knight takes D6. King takes D6. Queen takes F5. Bishop G7. C4. Bishop takes E6. C5 check. King takes c5. Queen takes e6. Queen d4 check. King e2. Queen b4. King f3. Queen takes b3 check. Bishop e3 check. Bishop d4. Queen takes e7 check. King c6. Queen e6 check. King c5. Bishop e2. Bishop takes e3. Queen takes e3 check. Queen takes e3 check. King takes e3. Rook e8 check. King d3. b5. Rook c1 check. King b6. f5. a5. f6. a4. f7. Rook f8. Bishop h5. a3. King c3. Knight e3. Knight takes d4 check. Knight takes d4. Rook takes d4. Rook takes d4. Bishop takes d4. Knight takes d5. c6. Knight c3. Rook f2 check. King d3. Bishop takes e5. Rook e1. Bishop takes h2. Rook e7. Rook takes b2. Rook takes b7. Rook takes g2. Knight e4. Rook takes a2. Knight g5. h6. Knight e6. Bishop e5. King e4. Rook e2 check. King f5. Bishop b2. Rook b8 check. King f7. Knight d8 check. King e7. Knight takes c6 check. King d6. Knight a7. Rook e5 check. King f4. Bishop c1 check. King f3. Rook f5 check. King g4. Rook f4 check. King g3. b4. Rook c8. Bishop e3. Knight b5 check. King d7. Rook c7 check. King e6. Rook takes g7. b3. Rook b7. h5. Knight c3. h4 check. King h3. Bishop d4. Knight e2. Rook f3 check. King g4. Rook d3. Knight f4 check. Black resigned, white is victorious. Knight e6. Queen g4. b5. Knight b2. b4. C takes b4. Bishop takes f1. Bishop takes f1. Knight e d4. Bishop c4 check. King h8. b5. Knight b4. a3. Knight bc2. Bishop takes d4. Knight takes d4. Knight f3. Queen takes a3. Knight takes d4. Rook takes d4. Rook takes d4. E takes d4. Knight d3. Queen e7. h4. Rook f8. h5. f5. E takes f5. G takes f5. Queen f3. Queen e4. King g2. Rook e8. Bishop d5. Queen takes f3 check. King takes f3. Bishop h6. Bishop c4. King g7. Knight b4. Rook e1. Bishop d3. Rook c1. Bishop takes f5. Rook c3 check. King e4. Rook takes b3. Knight d3. Rook takes b5. f4. c5. Bishop e6. King f6. Bishop d5. Bishop f8. g4. h6. Knight f2. Rook b2. g5 check. H takes g5. Knight g4 check. King e7. F takes g5. Rook e2 check. King f3. d3. Rook e2. Bishop b7. Bishop takes b7. Rook takes b7. Rook e d2. Rook b d7. Rook takes d7 check. Rook takes d7. Rook d2. Rook c7. King f3. h5. Draw by mutual agreement. Rook d8. c5. Queen a6. g3. Rook e d5. Bishop c3. Queen takes a3. Rook a1. Knight e5. Rook takes e5. Queen takes c3. Queen takes c3. Bishop takes e5. Queen e1. Bishop takes a1. Queen takes a1. a6. Knight e3. Rook d4. Queen c3. Rook 4 d7. King g2. Rook c7. Bishop d1. b6. Bishop f3. B takes c5. B takes c5. Rook dc8. c6. Knight d7. Knight c4. Knight b8. Knight e5. f6. Knight takes g6. King f7. h5. Knight takes c6. Queen d3. Knight e7. Knight takes e7. King takes e7. Queen takes a6. King f7. Queen d3. Rook h8. Queen g6 check. King f8. Queen e4. e4. c5. Knight f3. Knight c6. Bishop b5. e5. Short castle. Knight ge7. c3. a6. Bishop a4. d6. d4. b5. Bishop b3. c4. Bishop c2. Bishop g4. d5. Knight b8. h3. Bishop takes f3. Queen takes f3. Knight d7. a4. g6. A takes b5. A takes b5. Rook takes a8. Queen takes a8. Knight a3. Queen b7. b3. C takes b3. Bishop takes b3. Knight c5. Bishop c2. Bishop g7. Queen e2. Short castle. Knight takes b5. Queen d7. Bishop e3. Rook c8. Rook a1. Queen d8. Rook a7. Bishop f8. Bishop g5. h6. Bishop f6. Knight d7. Bishop h4. g5. Bishop g3. Knight g6. Queen g4. Knight f6. Queen f5. King g7. Bishop d3. Rook a8. Rook takes a8. Queen takes a8. Bishop f1. Queen a4. f3. Knight e7. White resigned, black is victorious. Rook c1. King d3. Rook c4. Rook f6. a4. Rook b6 check. King a3. King e3. a5. Rook f6. King b4. King d3. King b5. King e3. b4. King d3. Rook c7. Rook e6. Rook takes b7. King c3. Rook c7 check. King b3. a6. Rook f6. d4. d6. e4. Knight f6. Knight c3. e5. Knight f3. Knight bd7. h3. c6. g4. E takes d4. Knight takes d4. d5. E takes d5. Knight takes d5. Queen e2 check. Queen e7. Knight takes d5. C takes d5. Bishop e3. Knight b6. Long castle. Bishop d7. Knight b5. Bishop takes b5. Queen takes b5 check. Queen d7. Bishop takes b6. A takes b6. Rook takes d5. Queen takes b5. Bishop takes b5 check. King e7. Rook e1 check. Rook f8. Knight e4. Bishop takes d2 check. White resigned, black is victorious. f4. Knight d4. e5. Knight f5. King e4. Knight d6 check. King f3. King c4. e4. King b5. e3. F takes e3. F takes e3. Knight f5. Knight c7 check. King b6. Knight d5 check. King b7. Knight b4. Knight d4 check. King f2. King b6. e2. Knight takes e2. King takes e2. King b5. b6. Rook he1. Bishop b7. Knight f5. Rook fe8. Knight takes e7 check. Rook takes e7. Bishop f4. Rook e8. Bishop c2. c5. f3. Knight f8. g4. Bishop takes f3. White resigned, black is victorious. a4. b4. D takes c4. Rook takes c4. Knight d5. a3. Knight c7. Bishop g2. Queen f6. Queen e3. Rook fd8. Rook c5. Rook d7. Rook e5. Rook a d8. h4. Knight b5. d5. C takes d5. f5. E takes f5. Rook d takes d5. Rook takes d5. Bishop takes d5. Knight d6. Rook e7. f4. Queen e5. F takes g3. F takes g3. Queen takes e5. Rook takes e5. King f6. Rook e2. b5. King f2. Knight f5. Bishop e4. Rook d4. Bishop c6. Rook d3. Bishop takes b5. Rook takes a3. Rook b2. Knight takes g3. Bishop c6. Knight f5. b5. Rook b3. Rook takes b3. A takes b3. b6. b2. Bishop e4. Knight d6. Bishop b1. King e5. King e3. f5. King d3. f4. King e2. Queen e7. Rook takes d1. Rook takes d1. Bishop d5. Bishop g4. e3. h4. e2. Bishop takes e2. Queen f2. Bishop f1. Rook c2. Queen g5. Rook d2. Rook c1. Rook c2. Rook takes c2. Queen takes c2. h5. Bishop e4. Queen d8 check. King h7. Queen f8. Queen f2. Queen takes f7 check. King h6. Queen f8 check. King takes h5. King h2. King g4. Queen e7. Queen takes f4 check. King g1. Queen e3 check. King h2. Bishop d5. Queen g7. g5. Queen h8. Queen g3 check. King g1. King f4. Queen f6 check. King e3. Queen f8. King d2. Queen c5. Queen e3 check. White resigned, black is victorious. d6. E takes d6. Knight c2. f5. Bishop e3. Bishop b2. Rook c d1. Bishop c3. Bishop d2. Bishop f6. Bishop e3. Rook c8. Knight d4. Bishop takes d4. Rook takes d4. Rook c2. a4. h5. b4. Bishop e4. a5. b takes a5. b takes a5. Bishop c6. Rook e d1. d5. Rook a1. a6. Rook b4. Bishop b5. Rook d1. Rook c4. Rook b2. d4. Bishop g5. d3. Bishop e3. Rook c2. Rook b4. Rook a2. Bishop b6. Rook e7. Rook d4. Rook e2. Rook d6. Rook e6. Rook d8. Rook e7. Rook d4. Rook d7. King h2. Rook takes d4. d4. E takes d3. Queen takes d3. Queen f6. Queen d6. Queen takes h4. Queen takes c5. Rook a e8. Rook d4. Rook e4. Rook fd1. Rook g4. Bishop d5. Bishop takes d5. Queen takes d5. b6. Queen b7. Queen g5. Rook takes g4. Queen takes g4. Rook f1. h4. Queen takes a7. h3. Queen b7. H takes g2. Queen takes g2. Queen e6. Rook d1. Rook c8. Queen d5. Queen g4 check. King f1. g6. Queen d7. Queen takes d7. Rook takes d7. Rook c2. Rook b7. Rook takes a2. Rook takes b6. Rook b2. Rook b8 check. King g7. King g2. g5. Rook b5. King g6. King g3. f5. Rook b6 check. King h5. Rook b5. King g6. Rook b6 check. King f7. Rook b5. King f6. Rook b6 check. King e5. Rook b5 check. King e6. Rook b6 check. King e7. Rook b5. King f6. Rook b6 check. King e5. Rook b5 check. King e4. f3 check. King takes e3. Rook takes f5. Rook takes b3. Rook takes g5. Rook b1. Rook e5 check. King d4. Rook e7. Rook g1 check. King f4. Rook g8. Rook d7 check. King c5. King e4. e4. e6. d4. d5. Knight c3. Bishop b4. E takes d5. E takes d5. Bishop d3. Knight e7. a3. Bishop takes c3 check. B takes c3. Bishop f5. Queen h5. Queen d7. Knight f3. Bishop takes d3. C takes d3. Queen f5. Queen takes f5. Knight takes f5. Bishop f4. Knight a6. g4. Knight e7. King d2. f6. h4. h5. g5. King f7. c4. Rook a d8. King c3. c5. G takes f6. G takes f6. D takes c5. Knight takes c5. Bishop e3. b6. Bishop takes c5. B takes c5. Rook a b1. Rook d7. Rook b5. D takes c4. D takes c4. Rook h d8. Rook h3. Knight g6. Knight e1. Knight f4. Rook e3. Rook c7. Knight d3. Knight e6. Rook a5. Rook d6. Rook f3. a6. Rook f5. King g6. Rook d5. Rook dc6. f4. Knight g7. Rook a takes c5. Rook takes c5. Knight takes c5. Knight f5. Knight e6. Rook c8. Knight d4. Knight takes h4. c5. Knight g2. f5 check. King g5. Rook d7. Rook takes c5 check. King d3. Knight e1 check. King d2. Rook a5. King takes e1. Rook takes a3. King f2. h4. Rook g7 check. King f4. Rook g6. h3. Rook takes f6. King e5. Rook h6. King takes d4. f6. Rook a5. Rook takes h3. Rook b5. Rook e3. Rook b8. King f3. Rook f8. Rook e6. King d5. Rook takes a6. King e5. King e3. Rook takes f6. Rook a5 check. King e6. King e4. King f7. Rook a7 check. Knight h5. King h2. Knight f4. Bishop takes f4. E takes f4. Queen d5. Queen c8. Queen takes d6. Bishop c5. Queen d5. Rook d8. Queen f5. Queen c7. Rook takes a6. Rook takes a6. Rook takes a6. Bishop f2. Rook a1. g6. Queen a5. Bishop b6. Queen b5. Bishop d4. Rook b1. Bishop f2. King h1. Queen d6. Queen d5. Queen b6. Queen b5. Queen d4. c5. Queen c3. c6. Rook c8. Queen c4. Queen e5. b4. Bishop b6. b5. Rook d8. Knight h2. h5. Knight f1. Queen e7. Rook c1. Queen a3. e5. Queen b2. e6. F takes e6. Queen takes e6 check. King g7. Queen e7 check. King h6. Rook e1. Queen f2. Knight h2. Bishop c5. Queen e4. Bishop e3. Rook f1. Queen e2. c7. Rook d1. Queen takes e3. F takes e3. c8 promotes to queen. Rook takes f1 check. Knight takes f1. Queen takes f1 check. King h2. Queen a1. Queen h8 check. Queen takes h8. Knight takes f5. Queen takes e4 check. King h5. Queen f4. h6. Queen e5. b1 promotes to queen. Knight g7 check. King g5. Knight e6 check. King h4. Queen f4 check. King h5. Queen e5. Queen h1 checkmate. Checkmate, black is victorious. Bishop takes a3. Rook takes a3. Short castle. Rook e1. Knight g6. h3. Bishop f5. Bishop f1. Rook fe8. Bishop e3. Knight ce7. Knight e5. Knight takes e5. D takes e5. Knight c6. f4. Rook a d8. Bishop f2. Queen e6. a5. a6. b4. Bishop e4. b5. Knight e7. B takes a6. B takes a6. Queen e2. Rook a8. c4. c6. Bishop c5. Queen g6. Queen f2. Knight f5. King h2. h5. Bishop e2. h4. Bishop g4. Knight g3. C takes d5. C takes d5. Bishop d6. Bishop f5. Bishop f3. Bishop e4. Bishop g4. Bishop f5. Bishop f3. Rook ac8. Bishop takes d5. Rook c2. Queen f3. Rook ec8. Rook b3. Bishop e6. Bishop takes e6. F takes e6. Bishop e7. Knight f5. Bishop g5. Knight d4. Queen e3. Knight takes b3. Queen takes b3. Rook 8 c3. Queen b7. Queen f5. King g1. Rook g3. White resigned, black is victorious. Rook c8. g5. F takes g5. H takes g5. Bishop g7. Knight f4. Knight c3. Rook bc1. b5. Rook h1. b4. Rook h4. Rook f8. Rook ch1. Knight e4. Rook takes h7. Rook takes f4. E takes f4. Queen takes f4. Rook 1 h3. Queen g4 check. King h2. Rook takes f3. White resigned, black is victorious. White resigned, black is victorious. e4. e6. d4. d5. e5. c5. Knight f3. Knight c6. Bishop d3. Knight takes d4. Knight takes d4. C takes d4. Knight d2. Knight e7. Short castle. Knight c6. f4. Bishop e7. a3. Short castle. Queen h5. g6. Queen h6. f5. Knight f3. Rook f7. Bishop d2. Bishop d7. Rook ae1. Queen b6. b4. a5. b5. Knight d8. a4. Rook g7. Knight g5. Knight f7. Knight takes f7. Rook takes f7. Queen h3. Queen c7. Rook e2. b6. g4. F takes g4. Queen takes g4. Rook a f8. Rook g2. Rook g7. h4. Rook ff7. Rook ff2. Queen d8. h5. G takes h5. Queen takes h5. King h8. King f1. Queen g8. Queen h1. Bishop e8. Bishop takes h7. Rook takes h7. Rook takes g8 check. King takes g8. Rook h2. Rook takes h2. Queen takes h2. Rook g7. f5. E takes f5. e6. Rook g6. Queen d8. King f8. Queen takes b6. f4. Queen takes d4. Rook takes e6. b6. Bishop c6. Bishop takes f4. Rook e4. Queen h8 check. King f7. Queen h5 check. King e6. Queen h3 check. King f7. Queen f5 check. Bishop f6. Bishop g5. Rook e6. Queen h7 check. Bishop g7. Queen h5 check. King g8. Queen g4. Rook d6. Queen c8 check. King h7. b7. Black resigned, white is victorious. Queen takes f3. Knight takes d4. Queen d3. Knight takes b5. Queen takes b5. b6. Bishop f4. Bishop f6. Rook a d1. d4. Bishop e5. Bishop takes e5. Rook takes e5. King h8. Rook d5. Queen e7. Rook 5 takes d4. Rook a e8. Rook d7. Queen e2. Draw by mutual agreement. h5. King h1. h4. c5. B takes c5. B takes c5. Queen d8. C takes d6. C takes d6. Bishop b5. Rook e7. Rook a8. h3. Bishop a3. H takes g2 check. Queen takes g2. Knight f7. Rook g1. g5. Knight c2. Queen b6. Bishop c6. Bishop b7. Rook takes f8 check. King takes f8. Bishop takes d6. Knight takes d6. Queen takes g5. Rook f7. Bishop takes b7. Queen takes b7. e4. Queen b3. Knight e3. F takes e4. Queen takes e5. Knight d8. Queen f4. Queen d3. F takes e4. Queen takes e4 check. Queen takes e4. Knight takes e4. Knight g4. Rook f5. Knight e3. Rook h5. Rook f1 check. King e7. King g2. Knight 8 d6. Knight g4. Rook takes d5. Rook e1. King d8. h4. Rook a5. King f3. Rook a3 check. King f4. Rook a4. King f3. Knight d2 check. King g3. Knight f5 check. d6. Bishop c4. g6. Queen f3. Knight f6. Knight c7 check. Queen takes c7. Queen takes f6. Queen takes c4. Queen takes h8. Queen takes c2. d3. Bishop g4. Short castle. Queen takes d3. Bishop h6. King e7. Rook ac1. Queen b5. Rook c7 check. Bishop d7. Bishop g5 check. King e8. Rook fc1. d3. Queen f6. Queen a5. Rook takes d7. Black resigned, white is victorious. King h2. Knight d5. Rook e2. e5. King g3. King d6. c4. Knight f4. Rook e3. Knight e6. Bishop c3. b takes c4. d takes c4. Knight c5. b4. Knight d7. Rook d3 check. King e6. Rook e3. h6. a4. g5. h takes g5. h takes g5. b5. a takes b5. c takes b5. Rook f4. a5. Rook a4. a6. e4. King g4. Knight f6 check. King takes g5. Knight d5. Rook h3. Knight takes c3. Rook takes c3. King d6. King f5. Rook b4. Rook c6 check. King d7. Rook c5. e3. Rook e5. e2. a7. Rook takes b5. Rook takes b5. e1 promotes to queen. Rook d5 check. d4. d5. Knight c3. Bishop b4. Knight e2. Knight e7. e5. c5. a3. Bishop takes c3 check. b takes c3. b6. g3. Queen c7. Bishop g2. Bishop a6. Short castle. Knight bc6. Rook e1. Short castle. Knight f4. Knight g6. Knight h5. Rook ac8. Bishop g5. Knight ce7. Knight takes g7. King takes g7. Bishop f6 check. King g8. Queen d2. Knight f5. Bishop h3. Knight g7. Queen h6. Knight e8. Rook e3. C takes d4. C takes d4. Queen takes c2. Bishop g4. Queen b2. Rook d1. Rook c1. Rook e1. Rook takes d1. Rook takes d1. Bishop e2. Bishop takes e2. Queen takes e2. Rook c1. Queen f3. Bishop g5. Knight g7. Bishop f6. Knight f5. Queen d2. White resigned, black is victorious. Knight e3. King h7. Knight h4. Rook g8. Queen d1. Queen f7. b4. Bishop b8. b5. Bishop d7. Rook gf3. g5. Knight hf5. Queen g6. Knight g3. h4. Knight e4. g4. Rook takes f4. E takes f4. Knight takes f6 check. King h6. Knight e d5. f3. Queen d2 check. Queen g5. Knight takes g8 check. Rook takes g8. Queen takes g5 check. King takes g5. Bishop c1 check. King g6. Knight e7 check. King f7. Knight takes g8. King takes g8. G takes f3. g3. H takes g3. Bishop takes g3. King g2. King f7. Bishop e3. Bishop f5. Rook d1. Bishop c7. Bishop takes a7. h3 check. King h1. King g6. Bishop f2. King h5. a4. Bishop f4. a5. Bishop d7. d4. Bishop f5. a6. B takes a6. B takes a6. Knight f6. Knight takes f6 check. Queen takes f6. Bishop d3. Bishop d6. Short castle. Short castle. Queen e2. Bishop b7. a5. h6. Rook a4. Rook fc8. King h1. Knight e5. Knight takes e5. Queen takes e5. f4. Queen c5. Bishop e3. Queen c6. Rook a1. Bishop f8. f5. f6. Queen g4. e5. Bishop takes h6. d5. Rook ae1. d takes e4. Rook takes e4. Queen d7. Bishop c4 check. Rook takes c4. Rook takes c4. Rook d8. Bishop e3. Bishop d5. Rook takes b4. Bishop takes b4. Queen takes b4. Queen c6. Queen d2. Rook d7. Queen f2. Bishop e4. c3. Queen c4. Rook e1. Rook d3. King g1. Queen d5. h3. Rook d1. Rook takes d1. Queen takes d1 check. King h2. Queen d3. Queen d2. Bishop takes f5. Queen takes d3. Bishop takes d3. King g3. Bishop b5. Bishop c5. King f7. Bishop d6. g5. h4. G takes h4 check. King takes h4. King e6. Bishop c5. Bishop c6. King g3. f5. King f2. f4. g3. King f5. G takes f4. E takes f4. King e2. King e4. King d2. Bishop b5. b3. f3. c4. Bishop c6. King c3. Bishop f6. Knight g5. Bishop takes g5. H takes g5. Bishop c2. King d2. Bishop takes d1. Rook takes d1. f3. g3. Rook e2 check. King c3. Queen e5 check. King d3. Rook c2. Bishop takes f7 check. King takes f7. Queen takes e5. Rook d8 check. Queen d5 check. Rook takes d5 check. C takes d5. King e7. King e4. King d6. King takes f3. Rook takes b2. Rook d3. a5. Rook c3. Rook c2. Rook takes b3. a4. Rook d3. Rook c4. King g2. Rook g4. f4. King c7. King h3. King d6. Rook d4. King c7. d6 check. King takes c6. d7. h4. Knight e7. h4. Bishop c6. h5. G takes h5. Rook a c1. Knight g6. c5. Queen d8. Bishop takes h5. Knight f4. Queen g3 check. Queen g5. Queen takes g5 check. H takes g5. Bishop takes f7. Rook takes f7. Rook c3. Bishop b5. Rook ce3. d4. Rook e4. Rook d7. Knight f3. d3. Knight d2. Bishop c6. g3. Knight e2 check. Rook 1 takes e2. D takes e2. Rook takes e2. Rook d5. f4. G takes f4. G takes f4. Rook takes c5. Knight c4. Bishop d5. Knight d6. Rook c3. f5. E takes f5. Knight takes f5 check. King f7. b4. Bishop e6. Knight d4. Rook c4. Rook f2 check. King e7. Rook f4. Bishop d5. b5. a5. B takes a6. B takes a6. King f2. a5. King e3. a4. Rook f6. Rook c3 check. King d2. Rook h3. Knight f5 check. King e8. Rook d6. a3. Rook takes d5. a2. Rook a5. Rook h1. Draw by mutual agreement. Rook f8. f4. Bishop e8. Rook takes b3. Queen f7. Rook b6. Queen takes h5. Queen takes h5. Bishop takes h5. Rook takes e6. Bishop f7. Rook e7. h5. f5. h4. Rook e3. Rook h5. Rook f3. Rook g5. b4. Rook c8. b5. Rook c2. Rook f2. Rook c1 check. King h2. Rook b1. Rook b7. h3. G takes h3. Rook bg1. f6. G takes f6. Bishop takes f6. Rook 5 g2 check. Rook takes g2 check. Rook takes g2 check. King takes g2. Knight f3. d6. d4. C takes d4. Knight takes d4. Knight f6. Knight c3. a6. Bishop g5. Knight bd7. a3. e6. Bishop c4. b5. Bishop takes e6. F takes e6. Knight takes e6. Queen a5. b4. Queen b6. Knight d5. Queen a7. Knight ec7 check. King f7. Knight takes a8. Queen takes a8. c4. B takes c4. Bishop takes f6. Knight takes f6. Knight takes f6. G takes f6. Queen h5 check. King g7. Short castle. Bishop e7. Rook fe1. Bishop e6. Rook e3. Rook g8. Rook c1. King h8. Queen e2. a5. King h1. A takes b4. A takes b4. Queen b7. Rook ec3. Queen takes b4. h3. Bishop f8. Queen e3. Bishop g7. King h2. f5. E takes f5. Bishop takes c3. F takes e6. Bishop e5 check. f4. Bishop g7. e7. Rook e8. Queen e6. d5. Queen takes d5. c3. Knight f3. e6. c4. d5. g3. Knight f6. Bishop g2. Bishop e7. Short castle. Short castle. d4. D takes c4. Queen c2. b5. a4. b4. Knight bd2. Bishop b7. Knight takes c4. c5. D takes c5. Bishop e4. Queen b3. Knight a6. Bishop e3. Knight takes c5. Bishop takes c5. Bishop takes c5. Rook ac1. Queen e7. Rook fd1. Rook fd8. Knight cd2. Bishop d5. Queen c2. Rook ac8. Queen b1. b3. e3. e5. Knight e1. e4. Knight c4. h5. h3. Bishop b4. Bishop f1. h4. g4. Queen e6. Knight g2. g5. Rook d4. Bishop c5. Rook d2. Bishop takes c4. Bishop takes c4. Queen e5. Rook takes d8 check. Rook takes d8. Bishop takes b3. Bishop d6. King f1. Queen h2. Knight e1. e4. c5. Knight f3. d6. d4. C takes d4. Knight takes d4. Knight f6. Knight c3. a6. Bishop g5. Knight bd7. a3. b5. a4. b4. Knight d5. Bishop b7. Bishop takes f6. Knight takes f6. Knight takes f6 check. G takes f6. Bishop d3. e6. Queen h5. King e7. a5. Queen c7. Knight b3. Rook g8. Short castle. Rook g5. Queen takes h7. Bishop g7. Queen h3. Rook g8. Queen e3. Bishop h6. g3. f5. f4. Rook 5 g7. Rook ae1. e5. E takes f5. King f8. Bishop e4. Bishop takes f4. Queen b6. Queen takes b6 check. A takes b6. d5. g3. Knight f6. Bishop g2. e6. Short castle. Bishop e7. c4. Short castle. d4. D takes c4. Queen c2. b5. a4. b4. Knight bd2. bishop b7, knight takes c4, c5, d takes c5, bishop e4, queen b3, knight a6, knight c d2, bishop d5, queen d1, knight takes c5, b3, bishop takes b3, knight takes b3, queen takes d1, rook takes d1, knight takes b3, rook b1, knight takes c1, rook d takes c1, rook a c8, knight e5, knight d5, knight c6, bishop d6, bishop takes d5, e4, c5, knight f3, d6, d4, c takes d4, knight takes d4, knight f6, knight c3, a6, a3, e6, g4, e5, knight f5, h5, g5, knight takes e4, knight takes g7 check, bishop takes g7, knight takes e4, d5, knight g3, e4, knight takes h5, bishop e5, knight f6 check, bishop takes f6, g takes f6, knight c6, c3, bishop e6, bishop e3, queen takes f6, queen d2, queen f3, rook g1, long castle, rook g3, queen h5, bishop e2, queen takes h2, long castle, d4, c takes d4, king b8, king b1, king a8, rook c1, knight e7, rook g1, knight d5, queen a5, knight takes e3, bishop takes a6, b takes a6, queen takes a6 check, king b8, queen b6 check, king a8, rook c7, queen takes g1 check, rook c1, queen takes c1 check, knight f3, d5, c4, knight f6, c takes d5, knight takes d5, g3, c5, bishop g2, knight c6, short castle, knight c7, knight c3, g6, e3, bishop g7, a3, short castle, rook b1, a5, d4, c takes d4, e takes d4, knight takes d4, bishop e3, knight takes f3 check, queen takes f3, bishop f5, rook bd1, queen c8, rook c1, bishop g4, queen f4, e5, queen a4, bishop d7, queen d1, bishop c6, bishop takes c6, b takes c6, knight e4, rook d8, queen f3, knight d5, bishop c5, f5, knight d6, queen c7, rook fd1, rook takes d6, bishop takes d6, queen takes d6, rook c2, rook d8, rook dc1, e4, queen b3, queen b8, queen a2, e3, c5, knight f3, d6, d4, c takes d4, knight takes d4, knight f6, knight c3, a6, bishop g5, knight bd7, a3, e6. Bishop c4. Knight c5. b4. b5. Bishop a2. Knight b7. Short castle. Bishop d7. Queen d3. Bishop e7. f4. Short castle. f5. e5. Knight d e2. Rook c8. Bishop takes f6. Bishop takes f6. Knight d5. Bishop c6. c4. b takes c4. Bishop takes c4. a5. Knight ec3. A takes b4. A takes b4. Rook a8. h3. Rook takes a1. Rook takes a1. Bishop g5. King h1. Queen b8. Bishop b5. Bishop takes d5. Knight takes d5. Knight d8. Bishop c4. King h8. King h2. Knight c6. b5. Knight d4. b6. Bishop d8. Queen a3. g6. Rook b1. G takes f5. E takes f5. Bishop h4. b7. Rook g8. Knight e3. Bishop g3 check. King h1. e4. Bishop d5. c4. e6. g3. Knight f6. b3. Bishop e7. Bishop b2. Short castle. Bishop g2. c5. Short castle. Knight c6. e3. b6. d4. Bishop a6. Knight bd2. C takes d4. Knight takes d4. Rook c8. Knight takes c6. Rook takes c6. Rook e1. Rook c8. C takes d5. Knight takes d5. Rook c1. Knight b4. Rook takes c8. Queen takes c8. Queen a1. Knight c2. Queen b1. Knight takes e1. Queen takes e1. Rook d8. Bishop d4. Bishop f6. Knight f3. Bishop takes d4. Knight takes d4. Bishop b7. Bishop takes b7. Queen takes b7. h4. e5. Knight f5. g6. Knight h6 check. King g7. Knight g4. Queen e7. e4. h5. Knight e3. Queen c5. Knight c4. Rook d3. King g2. Queen d4. a4. a6. Queen e2. b5. c5. Knight f3. d6. d4. C takes d4. Knight takes d4. Knight f6. Knight c3. a6. Bishop g5. Knight bd7. a3. e6. Bishop c4. Queen a5. Queen d2. Bishop e7. Long castle. b5. Bishop a2. Bishop b7. Rook he1. Short castle. f3. b4. A takes b4. Queen takes b4. King b1. Queen b6. Bishop e3. Knight c5. Knight b3. a5. Knight takes c5. D takes c5. Knight a4. Queen c6. Knight c3. a4. Bishop c4. Bishop a6. Queen e2. Rook fb8. King A1. Knight E8. Knight A2. Bishop F6. C3. A3. B3. Rook takes B3. Rook B1. Rook takes C3. Knight takes C3. Bishop takes C3 check. King A2. Queen A4. Bishop B3. Queen A5. Queen D1. H6. Rook E2. C4. Bishop C2. Bishop B2. Bishop D2. C3. Bishop E3. Bishop C4 check. Bishop B3. Queen B5. Bishop takes C4. D5. C4. E6. B3. Knight F6. Bishop B2. Bishop E7. E3. Short castle. Bishop E2. A6. Short castle. C5. D4. Knight C6. Knight B D2. Rook E8. D takes C5. Bishop takes C5. Rook C1. Bishop A7. A3. A5. H3. H6. Knight E5. Knight takes E5. Bishop takes E5. D4. E takes D4. Bishop takes D4. Knight F3. Bishop C5. Bishop B2. Queen E7. Rook A1. Rook D8. Queen C2. Bishop D7. Rook Fe1. Bishop C6. Knight E5. Bishop D4. Bishop takes D4. Rook takes D4. Bishop F3. Bishop takes F3. Knight takes F3. Rook D7. C5. Rook C8. B4. A takes B4. A takes B4. B6. Knight E5. Rook DC7. C6. Queen takes B4. Rook EC1. Queen D6. Queen E2. Knight D5. E4. C5. Knight F3. D6. D4. C takes D4. Knight takes D4. Knight F6. Knight C3. A6. A3. B5. Bishop E2. E6. Bishop F3. Knight FD7. Short castle. Bishop B7. Bishop E3. Bishop E7. Queen D2. Short castle. Rook AD1. Knight E5. Bishop E2. Queen C7. F4. Knight C4. Bishop takes C4. Queen takes C4. F5. Rook E8. F takes E6. F takes E6. Bishop G5. Bishop F8. Knight B3. Queen C7. Rook F3. Knight C6. Rook G3. Knight E5. Knight D4. Rook AD8. Rook F1. Rook C8. King H1. Knight C4. Queen C1. G6. Bishop H6. Bishop takes H6. Queen takes H6. Queen G7. Queen takes G7 check. King takes G7. Knight D1. Rook E7. C3. Bishop takes E4. Rook E1. Bishop D5. Knight E3. Knight takes E3. Rook G takes E3. E5. Knight C2. Bishop B7. Rook D1. Rook D8. H3. D5. King H2. E4. Knight b4, e6, d4, d5, knight d2, c5, knight gf3, c takes d4, knight takes d4, knight c6, bishop b5, bishop d7, knight takes c6, b takes c6, bishop d3, bishop d6, short castle, e5, c4, f5, c takes d5, c takes d5, e takes d5, knight f6, knight c4, queen e7, knight takes d6 check, queen takes d6, bishop g5, short castle, bishop takes f6, rook takes f6, rook c1, rook d8, bishop c4, e4, g3, f4, queen d4, bishop f5, rook fe1, h5, bishop f1, h4, g takes f4, queen takes f4, queen e3, rook g6 check, king h1, queen e5, f4, queen takes d5, bishop c4, king h7, bishop takes d5, rook takes d5, rook g1, rook d3, queen takes a7, bishop g4, rook cf1, e3, rook takes g4, rook takes g4, queen a4, rook g6, queen e4, rook d6, queen takes e3, rook ge6, queen f3, rook h6, f5, rook df6, queen g4, king h8, b4, bishop f6, queen c2, king g8, rook takes e8, queen takes e8, knight c7, queen d7, knight takes a8, bishop takes a8, rook e1, knight g6, bishop g5, knight b4, queen d2, knight takes a2, bishop takes f6, g takes f6, h4, knight b4, h5, knight f8, queen f4, queen f7, queen g4 check, king h8, knight g5, f takes g5, bishop takes a8, h6, queen e4, king g7, bishop d5, queen f6, bishop c4, a5, queen e7 check, queen takes e7, rook takes e7 check, knight f6, knight f3, c5, d4, queen c7, d takes c5, e6, bishop e2, bishop takes c5, c4, b6, knight c3, a6, b3, bishop b7, bishop b2, rook g8, rook c1, g5, h3, h5, knight a4, bishop b4 check, bishop c3, bishop takes c3 check, knight takes c3, g4, h takes g4, h takes g4, knight d2, bishop takes g2, rook h6, queen e5, queen c2, g3, queen d3, g takes f2 check, king d1, knight f3, c5, g3, d6, Bishop g2. g6. Short castle. Knight f6. c3. Bishop g7. d4. c takes d4. c takes d4. d5. Knight c3. Short castle. Knight e5. Knight c6. Knight takes c6. b takes c6. Bishop f4. e6. Knight a4. Knight d7. Rook c1. Bishop b7. Queen d2. Rook e8. Knight c5. Knight takes c5. Rook takes c5. Bishop f8. Rook c2. Queen b6. Rook fc1. Rook ec8. Queen e3. a5. h4. h5. Bishop e5. Bishop g7. Bishop h3. Bishop takes e5. Queen takes e5. Queen c7. Queen f6. Queen d8. Queen f4. King g7. Rook c3. Queen f6. Queen e3. Rook e8. Rook b3. Rook e7. Rook b6. Rook a e8. f4. Rook c7. Rook c5. a4. Queen c3. Rook e7. e3. Rook e d7. Rook a5. Knight f3. Knight f6. d4. c5. d5. b6. c4. Bishop b7. Knight c3. e6. e4. e takes d5. c takes d5. d6. a4. Knight b d7. Bishop d3. g6. Short castle. a6. Bishop f4. Knight h5. Bishop g5. f6. Bishop e3. Knight e5. Knight takes e5. f takes e5. Bishop e2. Knight f4. Bishop g4. Bishop c8. g3. Knight h3 check. King g2. Knight g5. Bishop takes c8. Rook takes c8. Bishop takes g5. Queen takes g5. Queen d3. Rook a8. f4. e takes f4. Rook takes f4. Bishop g7. Rook a f1. Rook f8. Rook takes f8 check. Bishop takes f8. e5. Queen takes e5. Queen f3. Queen e7. Knight e4. Bishop g7. Knight takes d6 check. Queen takes d6. Queen f7 check. King d8. Queen takes g7. Queen takes d5 check. Rook f3. b5. g4. b takes a4. King g3. Queen d6 check. King h3. a3. e4. c6. Knight c3. d5. Knight f3. d takes e4. Knight takes e4. Knight f6. Queen e2. Knight takes e4. Queen takes e4. Knight d7. Bishop c4. Knight f6. Queen h4. Bishop f5. d3. e6. Short castle. Bishop e7. Bishop g5. Short castle. h3. a5. a3. b5. Bishop a2. Bishop g6. Knight e5. Queen c7. Knight takes g6. H takes g6. Queen f4. Queen takes f4. Bishop takes f4. Knight d5. Bishop d2. Bishop f6. Rook a b1. Rook f d8. Rook fe1. a4. King f1. g5. g3. King f8. King g2. Rook a b8. f3. c5. Rook e d1. c4. d takes c4. b takes c4. c3. Rook d c8. King f2. Rook b5. King e2. King e7. g4. King d6. Rook h1. King c5. Bishop c1. Bishop takes c3. Bishop takes g5. Rook takes b2 check. Rook takes b2. Bishop takes b2. King d2. Bishop takes a3. f4. Bishop b4 check. King c2. Knight e3 check. g6. c4. Bishop g7. Knight c3. b6. h4. Bishop b7. h5. c5. b3. Knight c6. Bishop b2. d6. e3. Queen d7. Knight g5. Knight h6. H takes g6. H takes g6. Bishop e2. e6. Bishop f3. Long castle. a3. Knight f5. King e2. Knight e5. Queen c2. Knight takes f3. G takes f3. f6. Knight g e4. d5. C takes d5. E takes d5. Knight takes c5. B takes c5. Knight a4. Queen b5 check. d3. c4. Rook takes h8. Rook takes h8. Rook c1. King b8. B takes c4. D takes c4. Queen takes c4. Queen takes c4. Rook takes c4. Rook h2. Knight c5. Bishop c6. Knight e6. Bishop d5. Rook b4 check. King c8. Knight takes g7. c5. Bishop b2. b6. Knight f3. Bishop b7. Bishop e2. e6. Short castle. Queen c7. d3. Knight g4. Knight b d2. Knight c6. e4. h5. a3. Bishop d6. h3. Knight d4. c3. Knight takes f3 check. Knight takes f3. f5. Queen c2. F takes e4. D takes e4. Long castle. Rook a d1. Rook d f8. c4. Bishop h2 check. King h1. Bishop g1. H takes g4. H takes g4 check. King takes g1. G takes f3. g3. Rook f4. Queen d2. King h1. Knight f3. Bishop takes f3. Rook takes f3. Rook takes c7. Rook takes f4. Rook d6 check. King takes e5. Rook d1. Queen b3. Bishop f5. Knight a3. Queen b6. Queen a4 check. Bishop d7. Queen d1. d3. Knight takes e5. Bishop e6. Bishop d4. Bishop c5. Bishop c3. Rook d8. Rook b1. Queen a5. Queen b3. Queen takes a3. Queen takes a3. Knight c2 check. King d1. Knight takes a3. Rook takes b7. Short castle. g6. Knight takes c4. Knight takes f7. Bishop takes f7. G takes f7 check. Rook takes f7. Rook takes f7. King takes f7. Rook g5. Rook b8. Bishop takes d3. Knight b2 check. Bishop takes b2. Knight f3. Knight f6. g3. c5. Bishop g2. b6. Short castle. Bishop b7. c4. g6. b3. Bishop g7. Bishop b2. Short castle. d4. C takes d4. Queen takes d4. d6. Knight c3. Knight b d7. Rook a d1. Knight e4. Queen d3. Knight d c5. Queen c2. Knight takes c3. Bishop takes c3. Bishop takes c3. Queen takes c3. a5. Knight d4. Bishop takes g2. King takes g2. Queen c8. Queen f3. Rook a7. Knight b5. Rook d7. Rook d2. Rook fd8. Rook fd1. Knight e6. h4. Queen c5. h5. Queen takes h5. Queen takes h5. G takes h5. Rook h1. Knight g7. Knight c3. e6. e4. King f8. Rook hd1. King e7. Knight a4. Rook b8. c5. B takes c5. c4. e6. e3. Knight f6. b3. a6. Bishop b2. c5. Queen c2. Knight c6. a3. d4. E takes d4. C takes d4. b4. Bishop e7. g4. Knight takes g4. Rook g1. Knight g e5. Knight takes e5. Knight takes e5. Queen e4. Bishop f6. d3. Short castle. Knight d2. a5. b5. a4. Bishop takes d4. Knight g6. Knight f3. Queen a5 check. King d1. Bishop takes d4. Queen takes d4. Rook d8. Queen b2. e5. Knight d2. Bishop f5. Rook g3. e4. h4. E takes d3. h5. Rook e8. H takes g6. H takes g6. Bishop takes d3. Rook a d8. King c2. Rook takes d3. Rook takes d3. Rook d8. Rook e1. Rook takes d3. King c1. Rook c3 check. King d1. Knight f3. d5. g3. e6. Bishop g2. Knight f6. Short castle. b5. a4. b4. c4. Bishop b7. d4. d takes c4. Queen c2. Bishop d5. Knight b d2. Bishop e7. Knight takes c4. Short castle. b3. Knight b d7. Bishop b2. c5. Rook f d1. Rook c8. Rook a c1. Knight b6. Knight takes b6. Queen takes b6. Knight d2. h6. Knight c4. Queen a6. e4. Bishop takes c4. Queen takes c4. Queen takes c4. Rook takes c4. C takes d4. Rook d takes d4. Rook f e8. e5. Knight d5. Rook takes c8. Rook takes c8. Bishop takes d5. E takes d5. Rook takes d5. Rook c2. Bishop d4. Rook d2. King f1. Rook d3. King e2. Rook takes b3. Rook d7. Bishop g5. h4. Bishop c1. Rook takes a7. Rook a3. a5. b3. a6. b2. Rook a8 check. King h7. Rook b8. Rook a2. King f3. Rook a3 check. Bishop g2. Bishop g7. Short castle. Short castle. d3. d6. Knight b d2. Knight c6. e4. a5. a3. a4. Rook e1. Knight d7. Knight c4. Knight c5. d4. Knight d7. d5. Knight c e5. Knight f takes e5. Knight takes e5. Knight e3. c6. Bishop d2. h5. Bishop c3. h4. f4. Knight d7. e5. d takes e5. d takes c6. b takes c6. Bishop takes c6. Rook b8. Bishop takes d7. Queen takes d7. Queen takes d7. Bishop takes d7. F takes e5. H takes g3. H takes g3. Rook f c8. Rook a d1. Bishop e6. Knight d5. Rook b7. Rook e4. Rook c b8. Rook takes a4. Rook takes b2. Knight takes e7 check. King f8. Bishop takes b2. Knight f3. e6. b3. Knight f6. Bishop b2. b5. g3. Bishop b7. Bishop g2. c5. Short castle. Bishop e7. d3. Short castle. Knight b d2. d5. a3. Queen b6. e4. d takes e4. Knight f3. Knight f6. c4, g6, knight c3, bishop g7, d4, short castle, g3, d6, bishop g2, knight c6, short castle, bishop g4, knight e1, e5, d5, knight e7, h3, bishop d7, e4, knight e8, knight d3, f5, c5, knight f6, c takes d6, c takes d6, queen b3, b5, knight takes e5, d takes e5, d6 check, king h8, d takes e7, queen takes e7, e takes f5, g takes f5, bishop takes a8, rook takes a8, bishop g5, f4, knight d5, queen f8, bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6, knight takes f6, queen takes f6, king h2, rook g8, rook a d1, bishop e6, queen c3, h5, rook d e1, rook g5, rook e4, queen f5, rook takes f4, queen takes h3 check, king g1, h4, rook f3, bishop d5, rook d1, bishop takes f3, knight f6, g3, e6, bishop g2, d5, short castle, b5, d4, bishop b7, a4, b4, c4, b takes c3, knight takes c3, c5, a5, a6, bishop f4, knight b d7, queen d2, rook c8, d takes c5, bishop takes c5, knight e5, short castle, rook f d1, knight takes e5, bishop takes e5, bishop takes f2 check, king takes f2, knight g4 check, king g1, knight takes e5, e4, knight c4, queen f2, knight takes a5, e takes d5, e5, d6, bishop takes g2, king takes g2, rook c6, d7, knight b3, rook a4, knight d4, rook a takes d4, e takes d4, queen takes d4, queen a8, queen d5, rook d8, knight e4, king f8, rook d2, h6, h4, queen b7, knight c5, queen c7, b4, a5, rook f2, rook f6, rook takes f6, g takes f6, b takes a5, king e7, a6, queen b6, queen e4 check, king f8, g3, bishop g7, d4, short castle, bishop g2, d6, short castle, knight c6, knight c3, bishop g4, knight e1, e5, d5, knight e7, h3, bishop d7, knight d3, c5, d takes c6, bishop takes c6, e4, knight d7, bishop e3, f5, rook c1, b6, knight b4, f4, knight takes c6, Knight takes c6. Queen takes d6. F takes e3. Queen takes c6. E takes f2 check. King h2. Rook c8. Queen e6 check. King h8. Knight f6. Bishop takes f7 check. King e7. Bishop b3. Knight takes e4. Queen e2. Knight f6. Queen takes e5 check. King d7. Short castle. Bishop d6. Queen g5. Queen e7. Knight e5 check. g6. d3. Bishop g7. Knight b d2. d6. e4. Knight c6. Bishop e2. Bishop g4. Short castle. h5. Rook e1. Queen d7. h3. Long castle. H takes g4. H takes g4. Knight h2. f5. Knight takes g4. F takes g4. Bishop takes g4. e6. Knight f1. Knight f6. Bishop h3. King b8. Bishop g5. Queen f7. Knight h2. Knight e5. Knight f3. Knight takes f3 check. Queen takes f3. Rook h5. Bishop e3. Rook dh8. King f1. g5. King e2. Queen g6. Queen g3. e4. Knight f6. d4. Knight takes e4. Knight c3. Knight f6. Bishop d3. e6. g4. d5. g5. Knight fd7. h4. c5. Knight f3. C takes d4. Knight takes d4. Knight c6. Knight takes c6. B takes c6. Bishop f4. Queen b6. Queen e2. Queen takes b2. King d2. Bishop b4. Bishop e5. Knight takes e5. Queen takes e5. Short castle. Rook a b1. Queen takes c3 check. Queen takes c3. Bishop takes c3 check. King takes c3. e5. f4. e4. Bishop e2. c5. Rook b5. d4 check. d4. c5. c3. C takes d4. C takes d4. Knight f6. Knight c3. d5. Knight f3. Knight c6. Bishop f4. Knight e4. e3. Bishop f5. Bishop d3. e6. Short castle. Bishop d6. Bishop takes d6. Queen takes d6. Queen b1. Knight takes c3. B takes c3. Bishop takes d3. Queen takes d3. Short castle. Knight d2. e5. D takes e5. Knight takes e5. Queen d4. Rook ac8. Rook ac1. b6. c4. Rook fd8. C takes d5. Rook takes c1. Rook takes c1. h6. e4. Knight g4. e4. c5. d4. C takes d4. Knight f3. Knight f6. e5. Knight d5. Queen takes d4. Knight c7, Knight c3, Knight c6, Queen h4, e6, Bishop g5, Bishop e7, Bishop d3, h6, Bishop takes e7, Queen takes e7, Queen g3, short castle, long castle, b5, h4, Rook b8, Knight e4, Knight d5, Knight fg5, King h8, f4, f5, e takes f6, Knight takes f6, Queen f3, Knight d4, Queen f2, Knight f5, g4, Knight takes g4, Queen e2, Knight f6, Knight takes f6, Queen takes f6, Knight f3, g5, Knight takes g5, e5, d3, d5, Knight f3, Knight c6, e4, d takes e4, d takes e4, Queen takes d1 check, King takes d1, Bishop g4, h3, long castle check, Bishop d3, Bishop h5, g4, Bishop g6, King e2, f6, Knight c3, h5, Bishop e3, h takes g4, h takes g4, Rook takes h1, Rook takes h1, Knight d4 check, Bishop takes d4, e takes d4, Knight d5, Bishop d6, Rook h8, c6, e5, Bishop takes d3 check, King takes d3, f takes e5, Rook takes g8, Rook takes g8, c5, Knight f3, Knight c6, b4, Knight takes b4, c3, Knight c6, d4, c takes d4, c takes d4, d5, e takes d5, Knight b8, Knight c3, Knight f6, Bishop c4, g6, Bishop g5, Bishop g7, h4, short castle, Knight bd7, Bishop b3, Knight b6, Knight e5, Knight f takes d5, Knight takes d5, Knight takes d5, Knight f3, Knight c6, d3, d5, Knight bd2, e5, e4, d takes e4, d takes e4, Bishop e6, Bishop b5, Knight e7, Knight takes e5, a6, Knight takes c6, b takes c6, Bishop d3, Knight g6, Knight f3, Bishop b4 check, Bishop d2, Bishop d6, short castle, h5, Rook e1, Bishop g4, Bishop c3, Knight h4, Bishop e2, Knight takes f3 check, Bishop takes f3, Queen d7, e5, Bishop takes f3, Queen takes f3, Bishop c5, e6, f takes e6, Bishop takes g7, Rook g8, e4, c5, a3, d6, c3, Knight f6, d4, Knight takes e4, Knight f3, Knight f6, d takes c5, d5, c4, e6, c takes d5, Bishop takes c5. Knight c3. E takes d5. Bishop b5 check. Bishop d7. Short castle. Short castle. Bishop g5. Bishop takes b5. Knight takes b5. Knight c6. Rook c1. Bishop b6. Knight c3. d4. Bishop takes f6. Queen takes f6. Knight d5. Queen d8. Knight takes b6. Queen takes b6. b4. Rook a d8. Queen d3. Rook fe8. Rook fe1. a6. Knight g5. g6. Queen h3. h5. Queen f3. c5. d4. C takes d4. c3. D takes c3. Knight takes c3. Knight f6. e4. e5. Bishop c4. Knight c6. Knight g5. d5. E takes d5. Knight d4. Bishop e3. h6. Knight f3. Knight takes f3 check. Queen takes f3. Bishop d6. h3. Short castle. Short castle. Queen e7. Rook fe1. e4. Queen e2. Bishop f5. g3. Bishop g6. King g2. Rook a e8. Bishop d4. Bishop h5. g4. Bishop g6. Bishop b5. Rook d8. Bishop takes a7. b6. Bishop takes b6. e4. d5. E takes d5. Knight f6. d4. Knight takes d5. Knight f3. Knight f6. c4. g6. Knight c3. Bishop g7. Bishop d3. Short castle. h4. Knight c6. h5. Knight takes d4. H takes g6. H takes g6. Bishop h6. Bishop g4. Queen d2. Knight h5. Bishop takes g7. King takes g7. Long castle. Knight takes f3. G takes f3. Bishop takes f3. Queen g5. Bishop takes h1. Bishop takes g6. F takes g6. Rook takes d8. Rook a takes d8. Queen takes e7 check. King h6. Queen e3 check. Knight f4. Knight e2. d5. d3. c6. Knight bd2. Knight f6. e4. g6. e5. Knight fd7. e6. F takes e6. Knight g5. Knight f6. d4. h6. Knight gf3. c5. Bishop d3. Bishop g7. Bishop takes g6 check. King f8. Knight e5. Knight c6. Knight f7. Queen b6. Knight takes h8. Bishop takes h8. D takes c5. Queen takes c5. Short castle. e5. Knight b3. Queen d6. Bishop takes h6 check. Bishop g7. Bishop takes g7 check. King takes g7. Bishop d3. Bishop g4. Bishop e2. Bishop f5. e4, c5, d4, c takes d4, knight f3, d3, bishop takes d3, knight c6, c4, knight f6, knight c3, e6, e5, knight g4, queen e2, queen a5, bishop f4, bishop b4, short castle, f6, e takes f6, knight takes f6, knight e4, short castle, knight takes f6 check, rook takes f6, bishop g5, rook f8, queen e4, queen f5, queen h4, queen takes d3, rook a d1, queen g6, a3, bishop e7, bishop takes e7, knight takes e7, queen takes e7, knight f3, knight c6, d3, e5, knight b d2, bishop c5, e4, d6, bishop e2, bishop g4, short castle, h5, c3, a5, knight b3, bishop a7, d4, queen e7, d takes e5, knight takes e5, knight fd4, knight f6, f3, bishop d7, king h1, c5, knight b5, bishop takes b5, bishop takes b5 check, king f8, c4, knight fg4, f takes g4, h takes g4, bishop f4, g3, bishop takes g3, a4, knight c1, bishop b8, knight e2, queen g5, queen c1, queen h5, queen f4, d5, e takes d5, c6, knight f3, d5, e5, c5, d4, c takes d4, c3, knight c6, c takes d4, bishop g4, bishop b5, bishop takes f3, bishop takes c6 check, b takes c6, queen takes f3, e6, short castle, knight e7, e5, d3, e4, knight b d2, e takes f3, knight takes f3, knight c6, g3, h5, bishop g2, h4, knight takes h4, d5, knight f3, knight f6, h4, bishop g4, knight g5, queen d7, short castle, long castle, f3, bishop e6, bishop e3, knight h7, knight takes e6, f takes e6, bishop f2, bishop e7, e4, g5, h5, d takes e4, d takes e4, queen e8, queen e2, queen takes h5, bishop e3, knight f6, king f2, knight d4, queen c4, e4, c6, d4, d5, f3, knight f6, e5, knight fd7, f4, e6, knight f3, bishop e7, c3, c5, bishop d3, knight c6, bishop e3, f6, h4, f5. Knight g5. Knight f8. Queen h5 check. g6. Queen e2. h6. Knight f3. h5. Queen f2. c4. Bishop e2. b5. a3. a5. Knight bd2. Rook b8. Short castle. Bishop a6. Queen g3. King f7. Knight g5 check. Bishop takes g5. F takes g5. Rook a8. Bishop f3. Knight f3. e5. Knight takes e5. Knight c6. Knight f3. g5. d3. g4. Knight fd2. d5. e4. Bishop c5. Knight c3. Queen f6. Queen e2. Knight d4. Knight takes d5. Queen e5. Queen d1. c6. Knight e3. Knight f6. Knight dc4. Queen c7. c3. Knight e6. d4. Bishop b6. e5. e5. Knight f3. f5. Knight takes e5. Knight c6. Knight takes c6. d takes c6. Knight c3. Knight f6. d4. f takes e4. Bishop c4. Bishop f5. Bishop g5. Bishop d6. Queen e2. Queen e7. Long castle. Long castle. d5. c5. f3. E takes f3. Queen takes f3. Bishop g4. Bishop takes f6. Bishop takes f3. Bishop takes e7. Bishop takes d1. Bishop takes d8. Rook takes d8. Rook takes d1. Bishop takes h2. Rook f1. a6. a4. Bishop e5. Knight f3. g6. d3. Bishop g7. Knight bd2. d6. e4. Knight c6. Bishop e2. Knight f6. Short castle. Short castle. Rook e1. Bishop g4. Knight f1. Bishop takes f3. Bishop takes f3. Knight d7. c3. Knight c5. Knight g3. e5. Bishop e3. Knight e6. Knight e2. f5. E takes f5. G takes f5. Bishop d5. Queen d7. f4. Rook a e8. Bishop b3. d5. F takes e5. Knight takes e5. Knight f4. Knight takes f4. Bishop takes f4. Knight g6. Bishop g3. f4. Bishop f2. Rook takes e1 check. Bishop takes e1. f3. e4. c6. d4. d6. f3. Knight d7. Knight c3. Knight gf6. Bishop e3. e5. Queen d2. Bishop e7. Long castle. Short castle. g4. Rook e8. g5. Knight h5. h4. Knight f4. Knight ge2. Knight takes e2 check. Knight takes e2. Queen c7. h5. Knight f8. Bishop h3. Bishop takes h3. Rook takes h3. Rook a d8. Rook g1. d5. g6. F takes g6. H takes g6. Knight takes g6. Rook gh1. Knight f8. D takes e5. D takes e4. Queen c3. Knight f3. d5. c4. d4. d3. Knight f6. Knight b d2. c5. g3. Knight c6. Bishop g2. h5. Short castle. h4. Knight takes h4. Bishop g4. Knight hf3. e5. h4. Queen d7. Knight g5. Bishop e7. Queen e1. Knight h7. Knight takes h7. Rook takes h7. Knight f3. Bishop h3. e3. Long castle. E takes d4. Knight takes d4. Knight takes e5. Queen e6. Knight takes f7. Queen d7. Knight takes d8. Bishop takes g2. King takes g2. Bishop takes h4. Queen e4. b6. d4. Bishop b7. Bishop d3. e6. Knight f3. Knight f6. Queen e2. d5. e5. Knight e4. Knight b d2. Knight takes d2. Bishop takes d2. Knight d7. c3. Bishop e7. Short castle. h6. c4. D takes c4. Bishop takes c4. Short castle. Bishop d3. Rook e8. Rook a d1. Rook c8. Bishop b1. f5. E takes f6. Bishop takes f6. Knight e5. Knight f8. Bishop c3. Queen d5. f4. Rook c d8. Rook f3. c5. Rook g3. C takes d4. Bishop takes d4. Queen takes d4 check. Rook takes d4. Rook takes d4. h3. Rook takes f4. Knight f3. g6. d3. Bishop g7. Knight b d2. d5. e4. D takes e4. D takes e4. Knight c6. c3. Bishop g4. h3. Bishop takes f3. Queen takes f3. Queen d7. Bishop b5. Knight f6. e5. Knight d5. Short castle. a6. Bishop takes c6. Queen takes c6. Rook e1. Long castle. e6. F takes e6. Knight e4. Rook hf8. Queen e2. Knight f4. Bishop takes f4. Rook takes f4. Knight g5. e5. Rook a d1. Rook df8. f3. h6. Knight e4. King b8. Queen e3. h5. Queen c5. Queen takes c5 check. Knight takes c5. D takes c5. Rook a e1. Queen f6. Queen c2. Queen d6. Rook takes e8 check. Rook takes e8. Queen c4. Rook d8. b4. Queen takes d5. Queen takes c5. Queen takes c5. B takes c5. King f8. Rook d1. King e7. King g1. Rook d5. King f2. King d7. King f3. King c6. King e4. f5 check. King f3. King takes c5. g4. g6. G takes f5. G takes f5. Bishop e3. Knight f6. Knight d2. Bishop e7. e5. Knight fd7. f4. c5. Knight df3. C takes d4. Knight takes d4. Knight c6. Knight gf3. Knight takes d4. Knight takes d4. Knight c5. Bishop e2. Bishop d7. Short castle. Short castle. Queen e1. Rook c8. Rook d1. a6. f5. E takes f5. Knight takes f5. Bishop takes f5. Rook takes f5. Knight e6. Rook f1. Bishop c5. Bishop takes c5. Rook takes c5. c3. Queen e7. Bishop f3. Rook d8. Queen f2. a5. Bishop h5. g6. Bishop g4. a4. a3. Rook c4. Bishop e2. Rook e4. Bishop f3. Rook takes e5. Rook d2. Knight g5. Rook fd1. Knight takes f3 check. Queen takes f3. Queen e6. h3. b5. King h2. Rook e3. Queen f4. Rook e5. Rook d4. King g7. Rook 1 d2. Rook d7. Rook 4 d3. Rook e4. Queen f2. Queen e5 check. Queen g3. Queen e6. Queen f2. Rook e5. Rook f3. h5. Queen d4. King h7. Rook df2. f5. Queen d2. Rook e4. Rook d3. Knight e7. Knight f3. Knight g6. d3. Bishop e7. g3. Short castle. h4. Bishop f6. h5. Knight e5. Knight bd2. c5. Knight takes e5. Bishop takes e5. Knight f3. Bishop f6. e5. Bishop e7. h6. g6. Bishop f4. f6. Long castle. Knight c6. Bishop g2. g5. E takes f6. Bishop takes f6. Bishop d6. Rook f7. Bishop takes c5. Queen a5. d4. Queen takes a2. c3. b6. Bishop a3. d5. Rook h5. a5. Knight takes g5. Bishop a6. Queen takes e6. Knight d8. Queen takes d5. Bishop c4. Queen takes a8. Bishop b3. Rook e1. Queen a1 check. King d2. Bishop takes g5 check. Rook takes g5 check. King h8. Bishop f2. Rook d1 check. King g2. Rook 1 d2. King G3. Knight D4. F5. Knight E2 check. King G4. Knight C1. Bishop E3. Rook D1. F4. D4. Knight F6. Knight C3. C5. D takes C5. E6. E4. Bishop takes C5. E5. Knight G8. Knight E4. Bishop E7. Knight F3. Knight C6. Bishop D3. F5. Knight C3. A6. Short castle. Bishop C5. Bishop E3. Bishop takes E3. F takes E3. B5. E4. F4. Knight E2. Knight G E7. Knight takes F4. Short castle. Queen D2. Bishop B7. Knight H5. Knight G6. A4. B takes A4. Queen C3. Queen B6 check. King H1. Rook A C8. Rook takes A4. Knight C takes E5. Queen B4. Queen takes B4. Rook takes B4. Rook C7. Knight takes E5. Rook takes F1 check. Bishop takes F1. Knight takes E5. C3. Knight C6. Rook B6. G6. Knight G3. King F7. Bishop takes A6. Bishop takes A6. Rook takes A6. Rook B7. B4. Knight E5. Knight E2. Rook C7. King G1. Rook C4. King F2. Rook takes E4. H3. King E7. Knight D4. Knight D3 check. King F3. Rook E5. D6. G3. G6. Bishop G2. Bishop G7. Short castle. E5. E4. Knight D7. C3. Knight G F6. D4. Knight takes E4. Rook E1. D5. D takes E5. C6. C4. Knight B6. C takes D5. C takes D5. Knight C3. Bishop F5. Knight D4. Knight takes C3. B takes C3. Bishop D7. E6. F takes E6. Knight takes E6. Bishop takes E6. Rook takes E6 check. King F7. Rook takes B6. Queen takes B6. Queen takes D5 check. Queen E6. Queen takes B7 check. King F6. D4. D6. D5. Knight E5. F4. Knight G6. Knight C3. E5. D takes E6. F takes E6. Knight F3. Knight F6. E5. D takes E5. Queen takes D8 check. King takes D8. F takes E5. Knight D7. Bishop G5 check. Bishop E7. Long castle. H6. Bishop E3. C6. Bishop C4. King C7. Bishop takes E6. Knight D takes E5. Knight takes E5. Knight takes E5. Bishop takes C8. Rook A takes C8. Bishop F4. Bishop G5. Rook H F1. Bishop takes F4 check. Rook takes F4. Rook h f8. Rook d f1. Rook takes f4. Rook takes f4. Rook e8. b3. Rook e7. h3. b5. a4. a6. King d2. King d6. A takes b5. A takes b5. Rook d4 check. King c5. Rook e4. b4. Knight a4 check. King b5. King e2. c5. Knight b2. Knight c6. Rook takes e7. Knight takes e7. King d3. King c6. King e4. Knight f3. g6. g3. Bishop g7. Bishop g2. c5. Short castle. Knight c6. e4. e6. c3. Knight ge7. d4. c takes d4. c takes d4. d5. e5. Short castle. Knight c3. b6. h4. Bishop a6. Rook e1. Rook c8. a3. Knight f5. h5. f6. H takes g6. H takes g6. E takes f6. Queen takes f6. Bishop g5. Queen f7. Queen d2. Knight f takes d4. Knight takes d4. Knight takes d4. Rook a d1. Knight f3 check. Bishop takes f3. Queen takes f3. Rook takes e6. d4. Knight c6. d4. e5. d takes e5. Knight takes e5. f4. Knight c6. Bishop e3. Bishop b4 check. c3. Bishop a5. Knight f3. Bishop b6. Bishop takes b6. A takes b6. Bishop c4. d6. Short castle. Knight ge7. Knight g5. Rook f8. Queen h5. Knight g6. Knight takes f7. Rook takes f7. Bishop takes f7 check. King takes f7. f5. King g8. F takes g6. H takes g6. Queen takes g6. Knight e5. Queen g3. Bishop e6. Knight d2. Rook takes a2. Rook takes a2. Bishop takes a2. Knight f3. Bishop c4. Rook f2. Knight d3. Rook d2. Knight c5. Queen f4. Queen e7. e5. d5. h4. Knight e6. Queen g3. Bishop b5. Rook f2. Knight c5. Knight g5. Knight d3. Rook f7. Queen takes e5. Queen takes e5. Knight takes e5. Rook takes c7. Rook takes c8. Queen takes c8. Rook d1. King e8. Knight g2. Rook g4. Knight f4. g6. Queen d3. Bishop takes b4. Knight h2. Knight takes e5. Queen e4. Knight c6. Knight takes g4. H takes g4. Knight takes g6. F takes g6. Queen takes g6 check. King e7. Queen g5 check. King e8. Queen g6 check. King e7. Queen g7 check. King e8. Queen g8 check. Queen a3. Bishop e5. Queen c3. Queen takes c3. B takes c3. Rook c2. Rook a3. Bishop f4. Bishop f5. Bishop c1. Bishop takes c2. Bishop takes a3. Bishop takes a3. King f1. Bishop d3 check. Bishop e2. d4. d5. Knight c3. c6. e4. d takes e4. Knight takes e4. Bishop f5. Knight g3. Bishop g6. h4. h6. Knight f3. Knight d7. h5. Bishop h7. Bishop d3. Bishop takes d3. Queen takes d3. e6. Bishop d2. Knight gf6. Long castle. Bishop e7. King b1. Queen c7. Knight e4. Long castle. Knight takes f6. Bishop takes f6. Queen e2. King b8. c4. King a8. Queen e4. Knight b6. b3. Rook d7. Bishop f4. Queen d8. Knight e5. Bishop takes e5. Bishop takes e5. f6. Bishop g3. Rook e8. Rook d2. c4. Knight f6. g3. e5. Bishop g2. Bishop c5. Knight c3. Short castle. Knight f3. e4. Knight h4. Rook e8. d3. e3. f takes e3. Knight g4. d4. Bishop b4. Short castle. Knight takes e3. Bishop takes e3. Rook takes e3. Queen d2. Rook e8. e4. d6. Rook a e1. Knight c6. a3. Bishop takes c3. b takes c3. g6. Knight f3. Bishop g4. h3. Bishop takes f3. Rook takes f3. a5. a3. d takes c4. Queen takes c4. Knight b d5. Rook e1. b6. Knight b5. Bishop a6. e4. c6. Queen takes c6. Knight e7. Queen takes d6. Bishop takes b5. Queen f4. Rook c8. Knight e5. Queen takes d4. Bishop e3. Queen takes b2. Rook a b1. Queen c3. Rook e c1. Queen takes a3. Rook takes c8. Rook takes c8. Rook takes b5. Queen a1 check. Bishop f1. a4. Rook takes b6. a3. Rook a6. a2. King g2. Queen b1. Bishop d4. Rook c1. Bishop d3. Rook g1 check. King h3. Queen d1. Rook takes a2. g5. Bishop e2. Queen takes e2. Rook takes e2. G takes f4. G takes f4. Knight h5. Knight d3. Knight g6. Bishop e3. f5. f3. King f7. Rook g2. Rook f1. Rook f2. Knight h takes f4 check. Knight takes f4. Bishop d6. Knight e7. Bishop b5. Black resigned, white is victorious. c4. d5. Knight c3. D takes c4. e4. Knight f6. Bishop takes c4. Bishop b4. e5. Knight d5. Knight e2. c5. Short castle. Bishop takes c3. B takes c3. Knight c6. Bishop e3. C takes d4. C takes d4. Knight c e7. Knight g3. Bishop d7. Rook b1. Bishop c6. Queen d2. Rook c8. Rook fc1. Short castle. Bishop d3. Knight g6. h3. Knight takes e3. F takes e3. Queen h4. Queen f2. Rook fd8. Rook f1. Rook d7. Rook bc1. Rook f8. a4. Knight takes e5. Bishop b5. Bishop takes b5. A takes b5. Knight d3. Queen f3. Knight takes c1. Rook takes c1. Queen e7. Rook c5. Rook c7. Knight e4. f5. Rook takes c7. Queen takes c7. Knight g5. Queen e7. h4. h6. Knight h3. e5. Queen d5 check. King h7. D takes e5. Rook e8. King h1. Bishop c3. Rook takes f1 check. King takes f1. Queen f7. Queen e4. h5. King g1. King f8. h3. e6. e5. d5. E takes d6. C takes d6. d4. d5. Knight f3. Knight c6. Bishop d3. Knight f6. Short castle. Bishop d6. Rook e1. a6. c3. b5. Bishop g5. Queen c7. Knight bd2. Bishop b7. Bishop h4. Knight e7. a4. B takes a4. Queen takes a4 check. Bishop c6. Queen a5. Queen d7. Knight e5. Bishop takes e5. D takes e5. Knight e4. Knight takes e4. D takes e4. Bishop takes e4. Bishop takes e4. Rook takes e4. Knight f5. Bishop g5. Short castle. h3. h6. Bishop f4. Rook fd8. Queen a4. Queen d3. Queen c4. Queen c2. Rook e2. Rook d1 check. King h2. Queen takes e2. Queen takes e2. Rook takes a1. g4. Knight e7. Queen e4. Rook d8. c4. Knight g6. Bishop g3. Rook d1. b4. Rook e1. Queen a8 check. King h7. Queen b7. Rook a b1. b5. A takes b5. e3. g6. c4. Bishop g7. Knight c3. Knight f6. b3. Short castle. Bishop b2. d5. C takes d5. Knight takes d5. Queen c1. Knight b4. d4. C takes d4. E takes d4. Knight 8 c6. Knight b5. a6. Knight c3. Knight takes d4. Knight takes d4. Queen takes d4. Bishop e2. Knight d3 check. Bishop takes d3. Queen takes d3. Queen e3. Queen takes e3 check. F takes e3. Bishop f5. King e2. Rook a c8. e4. e6. d4. d5. Knight d2. Knight f6. e5. Knight fd7. c3. c5. f4. Knight c6. Knight df3. h6. h4. G6, G3, H5, King F2, A6, Knight H3, B5, Knight HG5, Bishop B7, Bishop D3, Bishop E7, Bishop E3, Knight F8, King G2, Rook C8, Rook F1, Queen B6, Queen D2, C takes D4, C takes D4, Knight A5, B3, Knight C6, Rook AC1, A5, Bishop B1, B4, Knight E1, Bishop takes G5, F takes G5, Knight E7, Knight D3, Knight F5, Knight C5, Knight D7, Bishop F2, Knight takes C5, Rook takes C5, Rook takes C5, Bishop A6, Bishop E7 check, Bishop F6, Rook C3, Bishop takes E7, Rook takes A3, Bishop takes B4, Rook A4, Bishop E7, Bishop C6, Bishop F6, Rook A3, Bishop D3, Rook A2, Bishop C4, Rook A3, Bishop A6, Bishop D5, Bishop C8, Bishop B3, C4, Knight F6, Knight C3, Bishop B4, E3, short castle, Bishop D3, D5, C takes D5, E takes D5, Knight E2, Rook E8, short castle, C6, A3, Bishop D6, H3, Knight BD7, B4, A5, Rook B1, A takes B4, A takes B4, B5, F3, Knight B6, E4, Bishop F8, E5, Knight FD7, F4, Knight C4, F5, Knight D takes E5, D takes E5, Knight takes E5, Bishop F4, F6, Queen D2, Bishop D6, Rook B E1, Bishop takes B4, Queen C2, Bishop D7, King H1, Rook A3, Rook B1, Bishop D6, Knight D4, B4, Knight D1, Rook takes D3, Bishop takes E5, F takes E5, Queen takes D3, E takes D4, Queen takes D4, Queen F6, Queen A7, Queen E5, Knight F takes E4, D takes E4, Bishop E6, Rook FD1, Queen A5, A3, Rook A D8, Knight A2, Queen C7, Bishop C3, B6, Bishop B4, Knight B7, Bishop C3, H6, Queen B2, Rook takes D1 check, Bishop takes D1, Rook D8, Bishop E2, F6, Queen C2, Bishop F8, Bishop B4, Knight C5, Bishop C3, A5, Rook B1, Rook D7, Bishop B2, Queen D8, Bishop C1, A4, King F1, Knight B3, King E1, Bishop C5, Knight B4, Bishop takes B4 check, A takes B4, King G7, Queen C3, H5, Bishop A3, Bishop G4, f3. Bishop e6. Rook d1. Rook takes d1 check. Bishop takes d1. Queen d7. Bishop takes b3. A takes b3. Queen takes b3. b5. Queen c3. Bishop takes c4. Bishop b2. Queen a7. Knight c1. Knight d7. Knight d3. Check. Black resigned, white is victorious. d4. d5. Knight f3. e6. c4. Knight f6. g3. d takes c4. Bishop g2. c5. Short castle. Knight c6. d takes c5. Queen takes d1. Rook takes d1. Bishop takes c5. Knight b d2. c3. b takes c3. Short castle. Knight b3. Bishop e7. Knight e1. Rook d8. Rook takes d8 check. Bishop takes d8. Knight d3. Knight d5. c4. Knight db4. Bishop d2. Knight takes d3. E takes d3. Bishop e7. d4. Bishop d7. d5. E takes d5. C takes d5. Knight e5. Bishop f4. Bishop d6. Knight a5. Rook b8. Rook b1. Bishop c8. King h1. f6. h4. King f8. Bishop f1. King e7. Bishop e2. Bishop c7. Knight c4. Bishop f5. Rook e1. Bishop e4 check. f3. Bishop takes d5. Knight takes e5. Bishop takes e5. Bishop takes e5. F takes e5. King g2. King d6. Rook d1. King c5. Rook c1 check. King d6. Rook d1. King e6. Rook c1. Bishop takes a2. Rook a1. e4. c6. e5. d5. E takes d6. E takes d6. d4. d5. Knight f3. Bishop f5. Bishop d3. Bishop takes d3. Queen takes d3. Knight f6. Short castle. Bishop e7. Rook e1. Short castle. Bishop g5. Knight e4. Bishop takes e7. Queen takes e7. Knight b d2. f5. Knight e5. Queen b4. c3. Queen takes b2. Knight takes e4. F takes e4. Queen g3. Queen b6. Rook a b1. Queen c7. c4. Knight d7. C takes d5. Knight takes e5. D takes c6. Queen takes c6. D takes e5. Rook a e8. Rook b c1. Queen d5. Rook c7. Queen takes e5. Queen takes e5. Rook takes e5. Rook takes b7. Rook a5. Rook e2. Rook f7. Rook b8 check. Rook f8. Rook b4. Rook e8. g3. King f7. Rook b7 check. Rook e7. Rook takes e7 check. King takes e7. Rook takes e4 check. King f6. Rook e2. Rook a3. King G2, G5, H3, H5, D4, C5, C4, C takes D4, Knight F3, E5, E3, D takes E3, Bishop takes E3, Knight C6, Knight C3, Bishop B4, Bishop D3, Knight F6, Bishop C2, D5, C takes D5, Queen takes D5, short castle, Bishop takes C3, B takes C3, Queen takes D1, Rook F takes D1, Bishop G4, Bishop C5, E4, Rook E1, long castle, Knight G5, Rook D5, Knight takes F7, Rook F8, Bishop takes F8, E5, Knight 4 B3, D6, Queen E2, Bishop E7, Knight C4, Knight C6, Bishop E3, short castle, Rook E8, Rook FD1, Bishop F8, A5, G6, Knight B6, Rook B8, G3, Queen C7, Bishop G2, Rook BD8, Queen C4, Queen E7, Knight D5, Knight takes D5, E takes D5, Knight B8, Queen takes B4, Bishop A8, H4, Knight D7, Queen C4, Bishop B7, Queen C7, Rook B8, Bishop H3, F5, Bishop G5, Queen F7, Queen C3, Rook EC8, Queen E3, F4, G takes F4, E takes F4, Queen E4, Rook E8, Bishop E6, King H8, Queen D4 check, Queen G7, Bishop takes D7, Queen takes D4, Knight takes D4, Rook E4, Bishop F6 check, Bishop G7, Bishop takes G7 check, King takes G7, Knight E6 check, Queen takes E4, Knight takes E4, Bishop E7, F5, Knight D7, Bishop G3, Knight B6, Knight C3, King F7, King F2, Bishop D6, Bishop takes D6, Knight takes D6, King E3, Knight D5 check, Knight takes D5, C takes D5, Knight D2, King E7, A4, King D7, King F4, King C6, H4, A5, G5, H takes G5 check, H takes G5, B5, G6, B takes A4, B takes A4, Knight E8, Knight F1, King D6, Knight G3, King C6, Knight H5, King D6, King G4, King C6, Knight F4, King D6, Knight E6, Rook takes E4, Rook F8, Knight F3, G3, G6, Bishop G2, Bishop G7, short castle, Knight C6, C3, E5, D3, D6, Bishop E3, Knight Ge7, Queen C1, Knight F5, Bishop G5, F6, Bishop D2, h5, e4, knight fe7, h4, bishop e6, knight a3, queen d7, knight c4, long castle, b4, g5, rook b1, knight g6, b takes c5, d takes c5, bishop e3, g takes h4, bishop takes c5, h takes g3, knight d6 check, queen takes d6, bishop takes d6, rook takes d6, d4, bishop c4, rook d1, g takes f2 check, king takes f2, knight f4, d5, knight a5, queen a3, rook a6, queen c5 check, king b8, queen e7, rook g8, bishop h3, knight takes h3 check, king e1, knight f4, knight h4, bishop h6, knight f5, bishop g5, rook b4, rook b6, rook db1, knight d3 check, king d1, knight takes b4, rook takes b4, bishop takes a2, rook takes b6, a takes b6, rook g4, bishop d2, rook gh4, king g1, bishop takes h2 check, king f1, bishop g3, rook g2, rook h1 check, rook g1, rook 1 h2, rook takes g3, rook takes d2, rook c1, rook h2, king g1, rook he2, rook h3, king g7, king h1, rook takes c2, rook g1 check, king f8, rook h8 check, king e7, rook g7 check, king d6, rook d8 check, king e5, rook e7 check, king takes f5, rook takes e2, rook takes e2, rook d5 check, rook e5, rook d7, rook e1 check, king g2, rook e2 check, king f3, queen e7, rook takes e5, queen takes e5, rook f1, queen d4 check, king h2, bishop g6, bishop d5, king h7, a6, queen d2 check, king g1, rook e8, a takes b7, queen d4 check, king g2, bishop e4 check, bishop takes e4 check, queen takes e4 check, king g1, queen d4 check, king h1, rook e2, queen b1 check, g6, rook takes f7 check, king g8, d5, knight f3, e6, c4, c5, knight c3, knight c6, c takes d5, e takes d5, g3, knight f6, bishop g2, bishop e7, short castle, e3, c4, knight e5, bishop e6, b3, queen a5, bishop d2, Queen a6. B takes c4. D takes c4. Knight takes c6. B takes c6. Queen a4. Queen takes a4. Knight takes a4. Rook a c8. Rook a b1. c5. D takes c5. Bishop takes c5. Knight takes c5. Rook takes c5. Bishop b4. Rook fc8. Bishop takes c5. Rook c6. Rook b8 check. Black time out, white is victorious. Queen f4. Knight d7. Bishop d3. Knight e5. Bishop e4. Knight g6. Bishop takes g6. F takes g6. Rook f1. King g7. Rook e1. Queen f7. Queen takes f7 check. King takes f7. Rook takes e8. King takes e8. Knight f4. King f7. Knight d3. g5. King f2. King f6. Knight takes d7. Rook takes d7. a4. Queen f3. Bishop f6. Rook takes e8 check. Rook takes e8. Bishop d2. a3. B takes a3. B takes a3. Bishop b3. Queen c5. g4. Queen e5. King d1. Queen a1 check. Bishop c1. King h8. King d2. Queen c3 check. Queen takes c3. Bishop takes c3 check. King takes c3. h5. Bishop e3. H takes g4. H takes g4. Rook e5. Bishop takes f7. Bishop e4. Bishop b3. Rook e8. Bishop d4. Rook g8. Knight f3. e6. d4. b6. Bishop g5. Bishop b7. Bishop takes d8. Black left the game, white is victorious. Queen takes f3. Rook d f1. Queen takes d5 check. King e1. Rook c8. Queen e3. Rook c2. Rook g5. Queen takes a2. Rook d5. Queen takes d5. White resigned, black is victorious. Knight f6. d4. g6. Bishop f4. Bishop g7. e3. Short castle. h3. d6. Bishop e2. Knight b d7. Short castle. c5. c3, b6, a4, bishop b7, a5, b takes a5, queen a4, c takes d4, e takes d4, knight d5, bishop h2, knight 7 f6, queen takes a5, queen takes a5, rook takes a5, knight b6, knight bd2, rook fc8, rook fa1, knight e4, rook takes a7, knight takes d2, knight takes d2, rook takes a7, rook takes a7, bishop d5, bishop f3, bishop takes f3, knight takes f3, e6, bishop takes d6, knight c4, bishop a3, rook b8, b4, bishop f8, knight e5, knight takes e5, d takes e5, rook c8, bishop b2, rook b8, rook a5, bishop h6, g3, bishop d2, f4, bishop e3 check, king g2, rook d8, king f3, bishop g1, bishop c1, rook d1, rook a1, rook d3 check, king g2, bishop b6, rook a3, rook d1, king e7, rook takes a6, rook b1, rook a7, rook takes e1, rook takes b7 check, king d8, rook h7, king c8, b5, king b8, b takes c6, knight takes c5, rook h8 checkmate, bishop d3, c6, bishop e3, king c7, long castle, knight d7, knight d2, bishop c5, bishop c4, bishop takes e3, bishop takes e6, bishop takes d2 check, rook takes d2, knight c5, bishop c4, a5, a4, knight e7, b3, rook a d8, rook h d1, rook takes d2, rook takes d2, knight c8, f3, knight d6, bishop e2, h5, h3, h4, knight d1, knight e6, knight e3, knight f4, bishop f1, rook h6, c4, knight e6, king c2, b6, king c3, rook h8, knight g4, knight d4, bishop d3, knight b7, bishop b1, knight c5, bishop c2, knight ce6, knight e3, knight f4, bishop d1, g6, knight g4, rook f8, knight f2, king d6, knight d3, knight takes d3, rook takes d3, king c5, f4, b5, a takes b5, c takes b5, c takes b5, knight takes b5 check, king b2, knight d4, rook c3 check, king b6, c takes d4, rook takes d4, bishop c5, rook d1, rook b8, b3, bishop b5, c4, bishop d7, bishop f4, rook b6, queen e5, queen e7, rook takes d7, Queen takes d7. Queen takes c5. Rook d8. Bishop f3. h6. Bishop g3. Queen c8. Queen e3. Rook a6. h4. Queen d7. King g2. Queen e7. c5. Queen f6. Bishop e5. Queen g6 check. King h2. Rook d3. Queen f4. Rook a5. Rook g1. Queen f5. Rook takes g7 check. King f8. Queen takes f5. E takes f5. King g2. Rook takes c5. Bishop f6. Rook d6. Bishop a1. Rook c1. Bishop b2. Rook c2. Bishop a3. King takes g7. Bishop takes d6. Rook takes a2. Bishop e5 check. f6. Bishop c3. Rook a3. Bishop d5. a5. Bishop c4. Knight takes e5. Queen takes d8 check. King takes d8. Long castle check. King e8. Knight f3. Knight fd7. Knight takes e5. f6. Knight takes d7. F takes g5. Knight takes f8. Rook takes f8. Bishop e2. Rook f4. g3. Rook f6. Rook hf1. Bishop e6. Rook takes f6. G takes f6. Rook f1. King e7. Rook d1. h5. Bishop takes h5. d6. Rook a d8. Bishop b5. Rook e6. d7. King g7. Rook c8. h5. King f1. Rook d6. Rook takes d8. Bishop takes d8. Bishop a4. Bishop b6. Rook c8. Rook d2. King e1. Rook d4. Bishop b3. Rook takes d7. Rook c3. Bishop a5. White resigned, black is victorious. Game aborted. D takes c5. Bishop takes c5. Knight df3. Knight e4. Knight d3. Bishop e7. Knight f4. Bishop c5. Bishop d4. Bishop takes d4. Rook takes d4. Bishop c8. Queen h6. Queen f6. Knight takes d5. Black resigned, white is victorious. B takes a4. Queen takes a4. Rook a8. Queen c4. Rook e7. Rook g6. Queen h7. Rook takes c6. Queen takes h3. Queen d5. Rook ea7. Rook a6. Queen c8. Rook takes a7. Rook takes a7. c3. Bishop takes f2. Rook g2. Bishop g3. King c2. King takes g7. Queen takes e5 check. f6. Queen takes f4. King f8. Queen takes g3. King e7. Queen g7 check. King d6. Queen takes a7. Knight c4. Bishop e6. Knight e3. Knight b d7. Bishop h3. Knight e8. Knight h4. Knight b6. Knight h takes f5. Bishop takes f5. Bishop takes f5. d5. Queen h5. Knight f6. Bishop e6 check. King h8. Queen h3. Knight g8. Bishop f5. Knight f6. Knight g4. King g8. Knight takes f6 check. Queen takes f6. Queen takes h7 check. King f7. Queen h5 check. King e7. Bishop g5. Rook h8. Bishop takes f6 check. Bishop takes f6. Queen f3. Rook a f8. d4. e4. Bishop takes e4. D takes e4. Queen takes e4 check. King d8. c4. Rook hg8. d5. c5. d6. Rook g7. b4. Bishop d4. B takes c5. Bishop takes f2 check. King g2. Bishop takes c5. Queen h4 check. King c8. Rook e7. King h6. King f7. King g5. Bishop d3. King f4. Bishop g6. King g5. Bishop e4. Bishop g3. Bishop d3. h5. Bishop c2. Bishop h4. Bishop e4. King f4. Bishop d3. King e5. Bishop b5. King d6. Bishop a4. King c5. Bishop b5. King b6. Bishop c4. King takes c6. King f8. a4. King f7. b5. A takes b5. f5. Knight e4. Queen d1. Bishop a6. Rook f4. Rook fc8. f6. Queen c7. Queen h5. Queen c5. Rook d1. g6. Queen h6. Queen f8. Queen h3. Knight g5. Queen h4. Knight e4. Rook g4. King h8. h3. Rook c5. King h2. Rook ac8. Rook takes e4. D takes e4. Queen takes e4. Rook 5 c7. Queen f4. Bishop b7. Knight g4. Queen c5. Knight h6. Queen d5. Rook d2. Rook takes c2. Knight takes c2. Rook takes c2. Rook takes d5. Bishop takes d5. f7. Bishop h7. Rook g1. Rook g5. Rook e1. Rook g7. c4. Rook g6. Knight f5. Rook f6. Knight d4. D takes c4. Bishop takes c4. c5. Knight e6 check. King takes f7. Knight g5 check. King g7. Knight takes e4. Bishop takes e4. Rook takes e4. Rook c6. Rook e7 check. King f6. Rook takes b7. a5. Rook b5. King e5. Rook takes a5. King d4. b3. King c3. Rook a6. Rook c7. Rook d6. Rook e7. a3. Rook e1 check. Rook d1. Knight f d7. Bishop g5. Queen takes g5. Knight f3. Queen d8. Bishop d3. a6. b4. c5. b takes c5. Knight c6. Short castle. b6. c takes b6. Knight takes b6. Knight e2. Knight c4. c3. Bishop d7. Rook b1. Bishop e7. Knight f4. Rook b8. Queen e2. g6. Bishop takes c4. D takes c4. Queen takes c4. a5. d5. E takes d5. Knight takes d5. Rook takes b1. Rook takes b1. Short castle. Rook b6. g5. g3. g4. Knight d4. e5. Knight b3. d5. d4. e4. c4. c6. c takes d5. c takes d5. Knight c3. Knight c6. Bishop f4. Bishop e6. e3. h5. h4. Knight g e7. Rook c1. Knight g6. Bishop b5. Knight takes f4. G takes f4. Rook c8. Knight e2. Bishop e7. Knight c5. Queen a5 check. Knight c3. Bishop takes c5. D takes c5. Rook d8. Bishop takes c6 check. B takes c6. Queen d4. King e7. Short castle. Rook hg8. King h2. Queen c7. King g3. Rook b8. b4. a5. a3. A takes b4. e4. c6. d4. d5. e5. Bishop f5. h4. h5. Bishop d3. Bishop takes d3. Queen takes d3. e6. Bishop g5. Bishop e7. Knight f3. Knight h6. Knight bd2. Knight f5. Long castle. c5. D takes c5. Knight c6. Knight b3. Queen c7. Bishop f4. b6. C takes b6. A takes b6. King b1. Short castle. Knight bd4. Knight f takes d4. Knight takes d4. Knight b4. Queen f3. Rook takes a2. Queen takes h5. Rook fa8. King c1. Queen c4. Bishop e3. Bishop c5. Queen g4. Bishop takes d4. White resigned, black is victorious. Queen takes b7. Knight takes f2. Rook a3. Knight takes d1. Bishop takes d1. Bishop g4. Bishop a4. Bishop e2. Queen takes c6. Knight e6. Queen takes e8 check. King g7. Queen d7. Queen f6. Queen takes d5. Knight g5. Queen d7. Knight f3 check. Knight takes f3. Queen takes f3. d5 check. King f8. Queen d8 checkmate. Checkmate, white is victorious. f4. Queen takes f4. Queen takes f4. G takes f4. Rook h3. Rook e3. Rook h4. Rook f3. f5. Rook e3. Rook takes f4. King takes h2. Rook takes f2 check. King g1. Rook c2. Rook takes e6. Rook takes c3. Rook f6. Rook c4. Rook takes f5. Rook takes b4. King f2. Rook b5. King e3. Rook takes a5. d4. Knight f6. c4. e5. d takes e5. Knight e4. a3. d6. e takes d6. Bishop takes d6. Knight d2. Bishop f5. Knight takes e4. Bishop takes e4. Knight f3. Short castle. e3. Knight c6. Bishop e2. Queen f6. Short castle. Rook a d8. Queen e1. Knight e5. Knight takes e5. Bishop takes e5. f4. Bishop takes b2. Bishop takes b2. Queen takes b2. Bishop f3. Bishop takes f3. Rook takes f3. Rook fe8. Rook b1. Queen c2. Rook f2. Queen takes c4. Rook e2. b6. e4. c5. g3. Rook d3. e5. Queen d4 check. King g2. Rook d8. Rook b2. c4. Rook bc2. b5. Queen f2. Queen takes f2 check. King takes f2. a6. f5. King f8. a4. Rook 8 d5. A takes b5. A takes b5. g4. Rook 3 d4. Knight b6. Rook a7. Queen c1 check. King g2. Knight c4. Queen takes b5. Queen c2. King g1. Queen d1 check. King g2. Queen e2. Rook takes f7. King takes f7. Queen d7 check. King g6. Queen takes e6 check. d4. Knight f6. Knight c3, d5, bishop f4, c5, e3, c takes d4, e takes d4, a6, a3, knight c6, bishop d3, bishop g4, f3, bishop h5, knight ce2, e6, c3, bishop d6, g4, bishop g6, h4, bishop takes d3, queen takes d3, bishop takes f4, knight takes f4, queen d6, knight ge2, h5, g5, knight g8, g6, knight h6, g takes f7 check, knight takes f7, queen g6, knight e7, queen takes e6, queen takes e6, knight takes e6, knight f5, knight to f4, king d7, king f2, rook a e8, rook a e1, b6, knight g6, rook h6, knight ef4, rook takes e1, rook takes e1, knight h8, rook e6, knight takes g6, rook takes g6, rook takes g6, e4, c5, knight f3, d6, d4, c takes d4, knight takes d4, knight f6, knight c3, g6, bishop e3, bishop g7, f3, short castle, queen d2, knight c6, long castle, d5, e takes d5, knight takes d5, knight takes c6, b takes c6, bishop d4, knight takes c3, queen takes c3, bishop h6 check, bishop e3, bishop takes e3 check, queen takes e3, queen b6, queen c3, bishop e6, bishop c4, bishop takes c4, queen takes c4, rook a b8, b3, queen f2, rook d2, queen e3, queen d3, queen takes d3, rook takes d3, rook f d8, rook h d1, rook takes d3. Black resigned, white is victorious. Rook e2, knight d5, rook c e1, knight f4, rook e4, king e7, g3, knight d5, f4, knight e3, f takes e5, rook takes e5, rook takes e5 check, bishop takes e5, queen takes b6, bishop d6, b4, rook b8, queen a7 check, king e6, b takes c5, bishop e5, c6, rook c8, queen c5, knight d5, queen takes d4. Black resigned, white is victorious. White resigned, black is victorious. e4, knight f6, e5, knight d5, d4, knight b6, c4, d5, e takes d6, c takes d6, knight c3, knight 8 d7, bishop e3, knight f6, h3, bishop f5, knight f3, rook c8, b3, e6. Bishop e2. Bishop e7. Short castle. Short castle. Rook c1. h6. Queen d2. a6. Rook fd1. Knight bd7. Bishop f1. Rook e8. g3. Queen a5. Bishop g2. b5. c takes b5. a takes b5. Knight d5. Queen takes d2. Knight takes e7 check. King f8. Knight takes c8. Queen takes a2. Knight takes d6. Rook d8. Knight takes b5. Knight d5. Knight e5. Knight takes e5. D takes e5. Knight c3. d5. e4. D takes e4. Knight takes e4. Knight f6. Knight g5. Knight c6. Bishop c4. Knight e5. Bishop b3. h6. f4. H takes g5. F takes e5. Knight g4. Knight f3. Bishop f5. d4. e6. Bishop takes g5. Bishop e7. Bishop takes e7. Queen takes e7. Queen d2. Long castle. h3. c5. Long castle. Knight h6. Queen e3. Bishop g6. g4. c takes d4. Rook takes d4. King b8. Rook hd1. Rook takes d4. Rook takes d4. Rook d8. c3. Knight g8. Bishop c2. Bishop takes c2. King takes c2. Queen c7. Queen d3. Rook takes d4. Queen takes d4. Knight e7. Queen d6. Queen takes d6. E takes d6. Knight g6. h4. King c8. h5. Knight f4. Knight e5. f6. Knight c4. King d7. a4. b6. b4. e5. b5. Knight e6. a5. b takes a5. Knight takes a5. King takes d6. d4. Knight f6. c4. c5. d5. e6. Knight c3. E takes d5. c takes d5. d6. e4. Bishop e7. Bishop b5 check. Knight bd7. Knight f3. Short castle. Short castle. a6. Bishop d3. b5. a3. Bishop b7. Rook e1. Rook e8. Bishop f4. Bishop f8. h3. Rook c8. Queen d2. Queen b6. Bishop h2. c4. Bishop c2. Knight c5. Knight d4. Rook c d8. Knight f5. g6. Queen g5. Knight fd7. Rook e3. Knight e5. Bishop takes e5. Rook takes e5. f4. Rook takes f5. E takes f5. Knight d3. Queen g3. Rook e8. Knight d1. Bishop g7. King h2. Rook takes e3. Knight takes e3. Knight takes b2. Rook e1. a5. f6. Bishop takes f6. Knight g4. Bishop G7. Rook E8 check. Bishop F8. Knight F6 check. King G7. Knight H5 check. King G8. Knight F6 check. King G7. Rook takes F8. D5. E4. D takes E4. Knight takes E4. Knight F6. Knight G5. H6. Knight 5 F3. Knight C6. D4. Bishop G4. H3. Bishop takes F3. Knight takes F3. E6. C3. Bishop D6. Bishop B5. Short castle. Short castle. Knight E7. Rook E1. C6. Bishop A4. Queen C7. Knight E5. Rook A D8. Bishop F4. Knight E D5. Bishop G3. C5. D takes C5. Queen takes C5. Queen E2. Knight B6. Bishop B3. Queen C7. Rook A D1. Knight B D5. Rook D2. Queen B8. Rook E D1. Short castle. Rook D7. Bishop F6. Rook F D1. Rook F D8. B3. Rook takes D7. Rook takes D7. Rook D8. Rook takes D8 check. Queen takes D8. C4. G5. G3. King G7. Queen E4. B6. King G2. H6. Knight E1. Queen D4. Queen takes D4. Bishop takes D4. F4. F5. Knight D3. King F6. B4. E5. F takes E5 check. Bishop takes E5. King F3. Bishop D4. H3. H5. Knight C1. G4 check. H takes G4. F takes G4 check. King E4. Bishop E5. Knight E2. Bishop D6. A3. A5. C5. B takes C5. B takes A5. C4. A4. C3. King D3. King F5. A6. Bishop C5. Knight takes C3. H4. G takes H4. G3. Knight E2. G2. King C4. Bishop A7. King B5. King G4. King c4. King f3. King d3. King g4. King e4. King takes h4. King f3. King h3. a5. King h2. King f4. Bishop c5. King f3. g1 promotes to queen. Knight takes g1. King takes g1. King e4. Bishop f2. King d5. King g2. King c6. Knight c3. C takes d4. E takes d4. Knight b d7. Rook e1. Rook c8. Queen a4. Bishop b7. Rook ac1. a6. b4. Rook e8. d5. b5. C takes b5. Rook takes c3. Rook takes c3. Knight takes d5. Rook c4. Knight 7 b6. Queen b3. Knight takes c4. Queen takes c4. A takes b5. Queen takes b5. Knight takes f4. Queen takes b7. Bishop c3. Bishop b5. Bishop takes e1. Bishop takes e8. Bishop takes f2 check. King takes f2. Queen takes e8. b5. Knight d3 check. King e3. Knight c5. Queen c6. Queen b8. Knight d4. Queen a7. b6. Queen a3 check. King f2. Queen b2 check. Knight e2. King g7. a4. Queen f6 check. King g1. Queen a1 check. King h2. Queen e5 check. Knight g3. h5. h4. d6. d4. C takes d4. Knight takes d4. Knight f6. Knight c3. g6. Bishop e3. Bishop g7. f3. Short castle. Queen d2. Knight c6. Long castle. d5. E takes d5. Knight takes d5. Knight takes c6. B takes c6. Bishop d4. e5. Bishop c5. Bishop e6. Knight e4. Rook e8. h4. h5. Knight g5. Knight f4. Knight takes e6. Knight takes e6. Bishop e3. Queen c7. Bishop c4. Rook a d8. Queen f2. Knight d4. c3. Knight f5. Bishop takes a7. Rook takes d1 check. Rook takes d1. Queen a5. Queen c5. Queen a4. Rook d7. Bishop h6 check. King b1. Bishop e3. Bishop takes f7 check. King h8. Queen b4. Queen a6. Bishop takes e8. c5. Queen e4. Queen f1 check. King c2. Queen e2 check. King b3. Queen b5 check. King a3. Queen a6 check. Queen a4. Queen e2. Bishop takes g6. e4. c5. Knight f3. Knight c6. d4. C takes d4. Knight takes d4. Knight f6. Knight c3. e5. Knight db5. d6. Knight d5. Knight takes d5. E takes d5. Knight e7, c4, knight g6, knight c3, bishop e7, bishop e2, short castle, f5, f3, king h8, bishop e3, bishop g5, bishop f2, knight f4, b4, bishop d7, g3, knight h3 check, king g2, knight takes f2, rook takes f2, rook c8, queen b3, bishop e3, rook ff1, bishop d4, rook ac1, queen g5, rook cd1, b5, c5, d takes c5, b takes c5, d4, c5, d5, g6, e4, bishop g7, knight f3, e6, bishop f4, e takes d5, queen takes d5, d6, knight c3, knight c6, long castle, bishop e6, queen takes d6, queen a5, knight b5, knight ge7, knight c7 check, king f8, knight takes e6 check, f takes e6, knight g5, knight d4, king b1, rook d8, knight takes e6 check, knight takes e6, queen takes d8 check, knight takes d8, bishop c4, knight dc6, bishop d6, queen b4, b3, queen c3, e5, knight takes e5, rook he1, knight takes c4, bishop takes e7 check, king f7, bishop f6, c5, knight f3, knight c6, c3, d5, e takes d5, queen takes d5, d4, bishop f5, bishop e3, c takes d4, c takes d4, bishop takes b1, rook takes b1, e6, a3, knight f6, bishop e2, bishop d6, short castle, b4, rook fd8, b5, knight e7, queen a4, knight f5, bishop c4, queen e4, rook fe1, queen g4, h3, queen h5, bishop e2, queen g6, bishop d3, knight d5, knight h4, queen f6, knight takes f5, e takes f5, bishop c4, knight c3, queen b3, knight takes b1, rook takes b1, f4, bishop d2, queen takes d4, bishop c3, queen e4, bishop takes f7 check, king h8, rook e1, queen f5, bishop e6, queen g5, queen b2, f3, g4, rook e8, h4, queen g6, h5, queen g5, king f1, h6, bishop d4, rook a d8, b6, a takes b6, bishop f5, rook takes e1 check, d4, c5, d5, d6, e4, g6, bishop b5 check, bishop d7, a4, bishop g7, knight f3, a6, bishop d3, e6, short castle, knight e7, bishop f4, e5, bishop g5, f6, bishop e3, short castle, a5, f5, knight g5, f4, bishop d2, knight takes d5, knight takes h7, king takes h7, e takes d5, bishop f5, knight c3, queen h4, knight e4, knight d7, knight takes d6, bishop takes d3, c takes d3, knight f6, queen f3, rook a d8, knight takes b7, rook takes d5, rook a c1, e4, queen takes f4, knight g4, queen g3, queen takes g3, h takes g3, rook takes d3, bishop f4, bishop d4, knight takes c5, g5, knight takes d3, e takes d3, rook c4, bishop takes f2 check, rook takes f2, knight takes f2, king takes f2, g takes f4, g takes f4, rook b8, b4, rook d8, rook c1, d2, rook d1, rook d4, knight f6, bishop g5, knight e4, bishop f4, c5, f3, queen a5 check, c3, knight f6, d5, e6, d takes e6, d takes e6, e4, knight c6, knight a3, bishop e7, knight b5, short castle, bishop c7, b6, knight h3, a6, knight a3, c4, knight takes c4, queen h5, knight takes b6, rook a7, bishop f4, rook b7, knight c4, e5, bishop g3, bishop takes h3, g takes h3, queen h6, bishop e2, knight h5, short castle, knight takes g3, h takes g3, queen takes h3, rook f2, bishop c5, queen f1, queen takes g3 check, queen g2, bishop takes f2 check. White left the game, black is victorious. b4, bishop f6, b takes c5, b takes c5, bishop b3, c4, bishop a4, d4, bishop b5, d3, rook e8, d2, bishop a4, c3, rook c8, rook c7, rook takes c7 check, queen takes c7, bishop c2, bishop d4, queen d5, queen e5, queen takes e5 check, bishop takes e5, king f3, bishop d4, king e2, king f6, f3, f4, g takes f4, h5, king d3, bishop b6, king takes c3, bishop a5 check, king d3, bishop b4, king e2, bishop a5, king d1, bishop b4, bishop d3, bishop a5, king c2, bishop b4, bishop e4, a5, bishop d3, g5, f takes g5 check, Knight f6. d3. b6. Knight bd2. Bishop b7. e4. e6. Bishop e2. d5. e5. Knight fd7. d4. c5. c3. Knight c6. a3. a5. Short castle. Bishop a6. Bishop takes a6. Rook takes a6. Rook e1. Queen a8. Knight f1. b5. Knight g3. b4. Knight g5. h6. Queen h5. g6. Queen h3. Knight d8. Bishop e3. Bishop g7. Knight f3. B takes c3. B takes c3. c4. Knight d2. Knight c6. f4. Knight e7. Knight gf1. Knight f5. Bishop f2. h5. Queen f3. Rook b6. Rook eb1. Queen b8. Queen d1. King e7. Rook takes b6. Queen takes b6. Rook b1. Queen c7. Queen a4. Rook b8. Rook takes b8. Knight takes b8. Knight e3. Knight takes e3. Bishop takes e3. b6. b3. Bishop b7. Bishop b2. e6. d3. Knight f6. Knight bd2. g6. e4. Bishop g7. e5. Knight d5. d4. Short castle. c4. Knight f4. g3. Knight h5. Bishop g2. d6. Short castle. D takes e5. Knight takes e5. Bishop takes g2. King takes g2. Knight d7. Knight df3. Knight takes e5. Knight takes e5. Bishop takes e5. D takes e5. Queen takes d1. Rook a takes d1. Rook f d8. f4. Knight g7. King f3. King f8. g4. King e8. King e4. h5. h3. Rook takes d1. Rook takes d1. Rook d8. Rook takes d8 check. King takes d8. Bishop c3. c5. Bishop e1. H takes g4. Bishop h4 check. King d7. H takes g4. Knight e8. f5. G takes f5 check. G takes f5. Knight c7. King f4. b5. F takes e6 check. b3. e5. Bishop b2. Knight c6. e3. d5. Bishop b5. Bishop d6. f4. E takes f4. Bishop takes g7. Queen h4 check. King f1. Bishop g4. Queen e1. Queen g5. E takes f4 check. Queen e7. Queen takes e7 check. Knight takes e7. Bishop takes h8. King d7. Bishop f6. a6. Bishop takes e7. A takes b5. Bishop takes d6. King takes d6. Knight c3. b4. Knight b5 check. King d7. Knight f3. Rook a5. Knight bd4. Bishop takes f3. Knight takes f3. King d6. King f2. Knight d8. c3. Knight e6. C takes b4. Rook b5. a3. Knight takes f4. King e3. Knight e6. d4. b6. Rook hc1. c5. D takes c5 check. B takes c5. B takes c5 check. Knight takes c5. b4. Knight b3. Knight d4. Knight takes d4. King takes d4. Rook b8. Rook f1. f5. Rook takes f5. Rook e8. Rook takes d5 check. b6. b3. Bishop b7. Bishop b2. Bishop takes f3. E takes f3. Knight f6. Knight c3. g6. Knight e4. Bishop g7. Knight takes f6 check. Bishop takes f6. Bishop takes f6. E takes f6. Queen e2 check. Queen e7. Queen takes e7 check. King takes e7. Bishop d3. f5. Long castle. Knight c6. Rook he1 check. King d6. Rook e2. Rook he8. Rook de1. Rook e5. c3. Rook ae8. Rook takes e5. Rook takes e5. Rook takes e5. Knight takes e5. Bishop e2. c5. f4. Knight g4. Bishop takes g4. F takes g4. d3. King e6. King d2. King f5. King e3. d5. g3. b5. f3. G takes f3. King takes f3. h5. h3. King e6. g4. H takes g4 check. H takes g4. f5. King g3. F takes g4. King takes g4. King f6. King g3. King f5. King f3. a5. King g3. Knight f3. Knight f6. g3. b6. Bishop g2. Bishop b7. Short castle. e6. d3. Bishop takes f3. E takes f3. d5. f4. c6. Knight d2. Knight b d7. Knight f3. Bishop d6. a4. Queen c7. Rook e1. h5. Queen e2. Long castle. Knight e5. Bishop takes e5. F takes e5. Knight g4. d4. f6. h3. Knight h6. E takes f6. G takes f6. Bishop f4. e5. D takes e5. F takes e5. Bishop takes e5. Knight takes e5. Queen takes e5. Queen takes e5. Rook takes e5. King d7. c4. Rook de8. Rook takes e8. Rook takes e8. C takes d5. C takes d5. Bishop takes d5. Knight f5. Rook d1. King c7. Bishop f7. Rook e2. b3. h4. g4. Knight e7. Bishop c4. Rook e5. King g2. Knight g6. King f3. Rook c5. Rook d5. Rook c6. Rook f5. Knight e7. Rook f7. King d8. g5. Rook g6. King g4. Knight c6. f4. King h2. Knight h5. Knight d3. Rook bg8. Rook h1. Knight f6. King h3. Knight d6. f3. Knight f5. Rook he1. Knight h5. Rook e5. King f6. Rook de1. g5. F takes g5 check. Rook takes g5. King h2. Knight hg3. Knight f4. Knight h5. Knight takes h5 check. Rook g takes h5. Rook 1 e2. Rook g8. Knight f1. Rook h5. Knight e3. Knight takes e3. Rook 5 takes e3. b5. Rook e5. a5. Rook takes g5. King takes g5. King h3. Rook b8. Rook e5 check. King f6. King takes h4. b4. A takes b4. A takes b4. Rook e2. b3. King g4. Rook a8. Rook e1. Rook a2. Rook b1. e5. King g3. King f5. King f2. E takes d4. C takes d4. Rook a4. King e3. Rook c4. Rook d1. Rook c2. Rook d2. Rook takes d2. King takes d2. King f4. King c3. King g3. King takes b3. King takes g2. King c3. King takes f3. b4. f5. b5. f4. b6. King e2. b7. c4. e5. Knight c3. Bishop b4. Knight d5. Bishop c5. b4. Bishop f8. a3. c6. Knight c3. d5. d4. E takes d4. Queen takes d4. Knight f6. Bishop g5. Bishop e7. Knight f3. a5. b5. D takes c4. Queen takes d8 check. Bishop takes d8. e3. h6. Bishop f4. Bishop e6. Knight d4. Bishop d7. Bishop takes c4. Short castle. Short castle. C takes b5. Bishop takes b5. Knight c6. Knight takes c6. B takes c6. Bishop c4. Bishop e7. Rook fd1. Bishop f5. Bishop d6. Rook fe8. Bishop takes e7. Rook takes e7. Rook d6. Rook c8. Rook c1. Knight e8. Rook d4. Knight f6. h3. c5. Rook d6. Bishop e6. Knight a4. Bishop takes c4. Rook takes c4. Rook e4. Rook takes c5. Rook takes c5. Knight takes c5. Rook c4. Knight b7. a4. Rook d8 check. King h7. Rook a8. Knight e4. f3. Knight c3. Knight d6. Rook c6. Knight takes f7. Rook b6. Rook c8. Rook b3. h4. King g6. Knight e5 check. King f5. Knight c4. Rook b1 check. King f2. Knight d1 check. King g3. g5. h5. Knight c3. Rook c6. Knight e2 check. King f2. Rook d7. a6. Knight d6. Bishop takes d6. E takes d6. e5. Bishop g3. f5. Rook takes g7. f4. Bishop e1. Rook d8. Knight e2. Rook takes d6. Knight c3. Knight d4. Rook takes b7 check. King takes b7. Knight takes e4. Rook c6. c3. Rook d8. g3. Knight f5. G takes f4. E takes f4. Bishop f2. Knight e3. Bishop takes e3. F takes e3. Bishop g2. King a7. Rook e1. Rook g6. Bishop f3. Rook f8. Rook takes e3. Rook g1 check. King c2. Rook f1. Knight d2. Rook f2. Rook e7 check. King b8. Rook e3. Rook takes h2. Rook d3. Rook f2. Bishop d5. Rook d8. c4. h5. Rook h3. Rook f5. Knight e4. b5. b3. B takes c4. d5. b3. Knight c6. Bishop b2. f6. d4. Bishop f5. e3. e6. Bishop d3. Knight h6. Bishop takes f5. Knight takes f5. Knight bd2. Bishop d6. g4. Knight h6. h3. Short castle. Queen e2. f5. g5. Knight f7. h4. e5. d takes e5. Knight f takes e5. Knight takes e5. Bishop takes e5. Bishop takes e5. Knight takes e5. Knight f3. Queen e7. Knight takes e5. Queen takes e5. Short castle. f4. Rook a e1. f3. Queen d3. c5. c4. Queen e6. Queen takes d5. Rook f e8. Queen takes e6 check. Rook takes e6. King h2. Rook d8. Rook d1. Rook e d6. Rook takes d6. Rook takes d6. King g3. Rook d2. King takes f3. Rook takes a2. Rook d1. Rook b2. Rook d3. King f7. e4. King e6. King e3. g6. f4. a6. King f3. b5. c takes b5. a takes b5. King g4. Rook g2 check. King h3. Rook c2. King g3. Rook c1. Rook f3. King e7. f5. Rook e1. f6 check. King f7. Rook a f1. Rook e7. Rook f4. D takes c4. B takes c4. c5. g4. H takes g4. h5. C takes d4. E takes d4. Knight takes e5. Queen e2. Knight f3 check. Knight takes f3. G takes f3. Queen takes f3. e5. Rook e4. f5. King h1. Queen f6. Rook takes e5. Rook takes e5. D takes e5. Queen takes e5. Queen takes b7 check. Rook f7. h6 check. King f6. Queen c6 check. Queen e6. Queen c5. Queen e4 check. King g1. Rook h7. Queen d6 check. King g5. Queen g3 check. Queen g4. Queen takes g4 check. King takes g4. c5. Rook takes h6. c6. Rook h7. Rook c1. Rook c7. Rook c5. f4. King f2. g5. King g2. f3 check. King f2. King f4. Rook c4 check. d4. c5. Knight f3. c takes d4. Queen takes d4. Knight c6. Queen h4. d5. Knight b d2. Queen b6. e4. Knight b4. Bishop d3. Knight takes d3 check. C takes d3. Queen b5. King e2. D takes e4. Knight takes e4. Bishop f5. Rook d1. Long castle. Queen f4. Knight f6. King e1. Knight takes e4. D takes e4. Rook takes d1 check. King takes d1. Bishop e6. Bishop e3. Queen a4 check. King e1. f6. Rook c1 check. King d7. Knight d4. Bishop takes a2. Queen c7 check. King e8. Queen takes b7. King f7. b3. Queen a3. Queen d5 check. King g6. Queen f5 check. King f7. Queen e6 check. King g6. h4. h5. Queen f5 check. King f7. Bishop f5 check. Knight e4. Queen takes e4 checkmate. Checkmate, black is victorious. C takes b6 check. A takes b6. Rook b3. King d6. Rook b e3. c5. B takes c5 check. B takes c5. Rook b2. Rook c8. Rook c3. c4. King f3. Rook d4. King e3. King d5. Rook b7. h5. h4. Rook c6. a4. Rook d6. a5. King c5. Rook e7. King b4. Rook c1. King takes a5. Rook takes e5 check. King b4. Rook e8. Rook d3 check. King f4. Rook 3 d4 check. King g5. Rook g4 check. King h6. Rook c6. Rook b8 check. King c5. Rook f8. King d4. Rook d8 check. King e4. Rook f8. King d3. Rook f3 check. King d2. Rook fc3. Rook d4. Rook 1 c2 check. King d1. f3. g5 check. King takes h5. G takes h4. g4. h3. King h4. Rook h6 check. King g3. h2. Rook takes h2. Rook takes h2. King takes h2. King d2. Rook a3. c3. Queen c3. Queen takes a3. Bishop takes d3. Queen b2. Queen takes b2. Knight takes d3 check. King e2. Knight takes b2. Rook hb1. Bishop e7. Bishop c3. Knight a4. B takes a4. Short castle. a5. Bishop takes c5. Knight d4. Bishop takes d4. E takes d4. Knight takes a5. Bishop takes a5. Rook takes a5. a4. Rook fa8. Rook b4. King f8. King d3. King e7. Rook ab1. King f6. Rook a1. g5. King g1. Queen b6 check. King h2. Knight f1 check. King h1. Knight takes d2. King h2. Queen f2. b4. Knight f1 check. D takes e4. Knight f6. g3. Knight c6. Bishop g2. Bishop d6. Short castle. Short castle. Rook e1. Knight d4. e5. Knight takes f3 check. Knight takes f3. Bishop takes e5. Queen takes d8. Rook takes d8. Knight takes e5. Bishop d7. Bishop takes b7. Rook ab8. Knight takes d7. Rook takes d7. Bishop g2. Rook d4. b3. c4. Bishop e3. Rook d7. Rook a d1. Rook takes d1. Rook takes d1. C takes b3. A takes b3. a5. Rook a1. Rook b5. Bishop f1. Rook d5. Bishop c4. Rook d8. Rook takes a5. g6. Bishop g5. Rook d1 check. King g2. Knight e4. Bishop h6. Rook d8. Bishop e3. King g7. Rook a7. h5. Bishop d3. Knight f6. b4. Knight d5. Bishop d4 check. King g8. Bishop c5. Knight f6. b5. Knight d7. g4. d5. g5. Knight c6. Bishop g2. e5. d3. Bishop e6. Knight c3. d4. Knight e4. Bishop d5. f4. f5. G takes f6. Knight takes f6. Knight takes f6 check. G takes f6. Knight f3. Rook g8. Bishop h3. Bishop takes f3. E takes f3. Queen d5. Queen e2. Bishop b4 check. King f2. King e7. a3. Bishop d6. Bishop d2. Rook a f8. Rook a g1. King d8. Queen e4. Queen takes e4. F takes e4. E takes f4. Bishop e6. Rook takes g1. Rook takes g1. King e7. Bishop f5. Rook f7. Rook g8. Knight d8. Rook h8. Knight e6. Bishop takes h7. Knight g5. Bishop f5. Rook f8. Rook h6. Knight f7. Rook h7. Rook h8. Rook takes h8. Knight takes h8. King f3. Knight f7. Bishop takes f4. Knight g5 check. King g4. Bishop c5. e5. Knight f7. E takes f6 check. King takes f6. h4. Knight e5 check. Bishop takes e5 check. King takes e5. h5. Bishop f8. King g5. e5. Knight f3. Knight c6. Bishop b5. Knight f6. Short castle. Knight takes e4. Rook e1. Knight d6. Knight takes e5. Bishop e7. Knight takes c6. D takes c6. Bishop f1. Short castle. d4. Knight f5. c3. Bishop f6. Bishop d3. g6. Knight d2. b6. Knight e4. Bishop g7. Bishop g5. f6. Bishop f4. Bishop b7. Queen b3 check. King h8. Rook a d1. Knight d6. Queen c2. Rook e8. h3. Queen d7. Bishop g3. Rook e7. Rook e2. Rook a e8. Rook d e1. Knight takes e4. Bishop takes e4. f5. Bishop f3. Bishop a6. Rook takes e7. Rook takes e7. Rook takes e7. Queen takes e7. Bishop f4. c5. d5. Queen e1 check. King h2. Bishop e5. Bishop takes e5 check. Queen takes e5 check. g3. King g7. c4. King f6. b3. Queen d4. King g2. Bishop b7. Queen c1. g5. Queen e1, Queen e5, Queen d2, Queen d6, h4, h6, h takes g5 check, h takes g5, c4, e6, g3, d5, knight f3, knight f6, bishop g2, d takes c4, short castle, knight b d7, knight a3, bishop takes a3, b takes a3, short castle, a4, a5, bishop a3, rook e8, queen c2, knight b6, knight e5, queen d4, bishop b2, queen d8, rook fc1, c6, rook d1, knight f d5, rook ac1, bishop d7, knight takes c4, knight takes c4, queen takes c4, knight b6, queen d4, e5, queen e4, f6, d4, e takes d4, queen takes d4, bishop e6, queen f4, queen b8, rook d6, bishop takes a2, bishop takes f6, g takes f6, queen takes f6, queen c7, rook c5, bishop d5, bishop takes d5 check, knight takes d5, rook d takes d5, e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, knight f6, short castle, knight takes e4, d4, knight d6, bishop takes c6, d takes c6, d takes e5, knight f5, queen takes d8 check, king takes d8, rook d1 check, king e8, knight c3, h6, h3, bishop e7, bishop f4, bishop e6, b3, rook d8, knight e2, c5, c4, rook d7, g4, knight h4, knight takes h4, bishop takes h4, bishop g3, bishop takes g3, knight takes g3, king e7, rook takes d7 check, king takes d7, rook d1 check, king e7, f4, bishop d7, king f2, b6, king e3, a5, f5, a4, g3, d5, knight f3, e6, bishop g2, knight f6, short castle, bishop e7, d3, short castle, knight c3, c5, e4, d4, knight e2, knight c6, h3, knight d7, g4, f6, knight g3, bishop d6, knight d2, queen c7, a4, bishop takes g3, f takes g3, queen takes g3, knight d5, bishop f4, queen h4, queen d6, Rook d1. Rook fe8. f3. Queen takes d3. Bishop takes c5. Queen c2. Bishop takes a7. Queen takes b2. King f2. Queen takes c3. Bishop b6. Rook d7. Knight b1. Queen b4. Rook takes d7. Bishop takes d7. Queen d2. Queen e7. a6. Bishop e6. a7. Bishop f8. Knight c3. Queen b7. Queen e3. b4. Knight a4. Queen a6. Rook a1. b3. Queen c3. c5. King g3. b2. White timeout. Black is victorious. Queen c2. f5. E takes f5. G takes f5. Knight h4. Queen e8. f4. e4. Knight b5. Queen d8. Bishop takes g7. King takes g7. Knight d4. Queen c8. Bishop h3.